poggers.
Are the audio, you need to give me a heads up when the audios are live as well, please? Okay, I wasn't sure, so I was trying to like... Yep, give me 1 second. Hope to see you there. Wait, I need to sneeze. Oh, okay, I guess we're live. Alrighty, I was about to sneeze, but I guess we're all... False alarm, all good. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Joule Regional, second robotics competition, official season. We're back at it again on the field, and boy, do we have an intense event here for you today. Again, this is the Joule Regional. Some of our competitors have played. Some are having their first debut. I guess all debuts are their first debut, but you know what I mean. They're having their debut today, and I am super hyped to see what's going to go down on the field today. We've got, I believe, 40-ish qualification matches. It is going to be a great time, and with me here, our referee is currently in the question box doing the whole drivers meeting, all those shenanigans, going over any rule updates, and we do have the some updates that came in. We are going to see that, it's going to change the way we wait with Auto D. It is going to be dealing with Endgame a little bit differently. I am going to pull up here the schedule on my end so I can tell you about our first match. Again, if you're here for the first time, welcome. We're super excited to have you here. It's going to be a lot of fun. If you have any questions in chat, please mention. I'm going to be keeping an eye on chat. And with me in the box today, going to be helping out with some commentary here, there, and everywhere. We've got Colin from 4935 and Jeff, who is in Texas, according to his username. So we've got these two guys helping out. We've got Cobby, mentor for FRC Team 4476. He is going to be helping out as the referee for this event. So any questions about on the field stuff will go to him. And you can see here, we're starting soon. Just got to wait for the drivers meeting to finish up going over all those questions that the people may have. We're going to be talking a little bit about that once we get the head ref back in here, and we'll see these changes come out on the field. So this is just like a standard district in that you get points based on how well you do. No awards, there's no second chairman's award, but other than that, on-field performance is rewarded. You want to win your matches, you want to get those ranking points to seed high, and then we only have 4 alliances. Those 4 alliances will be going to, they will be chosen through a serpentine, and until then, we're just kind of vibing. So let us know where you're from in the chat. If you're joining us for the first time, if you are the second chairman's award. Isn't the second chairman's award just engineering inspiration? It depends who you ask. But if you're joining us for the first time and you have any questions, please just hop in chat, ask them. We are friendly in most cases. I'll make no promises, but I'm pretty sure you'll find yourself quite welcome here today. So while we're here, why don't we take a look at some of our competitors? I'm not sure if we can pull that up on the screen for you, but what I can do is I can tell you we've got Andrew 2137, Bacon, Brennan 4476, C4678, C Gorms, Cone, Dakota 346, Jake 5468, Kachow, Lewis 1771, Metal Jello, Nick 862, Space Turtle, Tony 1086, Javelin, and Jose Bobelli. And already looking like a pretty stacked lineup. We've seen Andrew, Brennan, Bacon, C4678, Cone, Dakota, Nick, 862, Javelin, all of them. Top of the game, we have some returning winners. We had Javelin and Jose Bobelli winning our first event of the year, called, I believe, the Volt Regional. So I'll just pull up some past results and we can go over what we, what might be expecting before we get too far into this. So taking a look at the events. In the eliminations, it was Javelin. My name's Jeff, who's here with us today, and Jose Babelli. So two of those three Alliance members are back on the field today. We'll see if they team up again or if it is a one and done for those two. Taking a look now, I'll start previewing our first match, and we are starting off with a banger of a match. It is going to be Dakota 346, Brennan 4476, and Nick 862 versus C4678, Seagorms, and Space Turtle. So our first qualification match of our 32 is the final number from the looks of it. And Dakota, Brennan, and Nick, tough ask for the first match. And then we're going to see C with Seagorms and Space Turtle. They're gonna put up a good effort as well. So hopefully we'll be able to get this match started soon. Again, it's going to be Dakota, Brennan, and Nick on red. Blue is going to be C4678, Seagorms, and Space Turtle. So once we get all 6 of those players on the field, it's going to be a lot of good fun here.
Yeah, we're certainly starting this event off strong, especially with the Red Alliance here. If we look at their 6-mans, Nick, Dakota, and Brennan are all very high up there. I think Brennan might be our number 1 player in 6-mans right now. He shows that very well. Strong performances with all 3 robots here. Nick, the current world record holder with the OG and Roboteers robot. And the Blue Alliance certainly doesn't look too bad either. C is a very strong Tiers player, and Casey is probably the best cycling inertia on the field today.
Yeah, I think that's safe to say, and we have seen the inertia be so important in the current meta. It's definitely something that you need to have. You might struggle with your scorers, but if you've got a strong inertia who's willing to play some defense and really, hold on, help you hold any advantage you may have, we'll find that I think a lot of people are going to be saying these inertias can be really friggin' annoying on the field, and we are going to see a lot of that. So before we get started, I think it looks like we're waiting for Casey to hop onto the blue field. Currently listed as deafened, so might be AFK, but there's still some time in the schedule. So we'll see. So in chat, we can do predictions. If people are interested in spending your power cells as you get, they're free to use, free to spend. You can do all sorts of cool stuff with them, such as highlighting emotes, suggesting a poll, choosing emotes, sending highlighted messages, and I don't know, if you have any suggestions for what we can do our Climb D stuff, that's also an option. So we got some predictions. This is going to be the first match with Climb D. Well, that would be fast, but it could definitely happen. So, we're still waiting on all 6 to connect to the field. We can give you a preview of what the field looks like, but it looks the same as the field has always looked. Surprise, we are playing Infinite Recharge. So we can cue to that perhaps, and there we go. Again, the field is the field, in no unsurprising news. So while we're here, let's just chat. You know, we got Nick862. He is, I mean, most would say he is definitely one of the most fierce opponents you could have, despite being a little bit, you know, lighthearted. He's a lot of good fun on the field. We can also talk about Dakota346. Dakota, who I'd say is a little bit, you know, underrated in his abilities. And then we got Space Turtle, one of our new players who's really popped off recently. He's been doing a lot of work in 6-mans, a lot of work in, you know, single player to, you know, just put together something good. And I think he's going to show here, even though this is an unfavorable matchup for the Blue Alliance, that they are definitely, you know, in competition here. They're in contention for at least some ranking points, if not the W in the end. So yeah, if you're in chat, interested to hear what your thoughts are. I can tell they're definitely waiting to decide what robot Brennan's going to go on. He's not on the field, but he does have the ability to choose whichever robot he wants. He has played all 3, and I think it's unsurprising that Nick is on that Roboteers. But you know, and Dakota on the inertia. You need to have at least one inertia, and they're thinking that Brennan. They're trying to figure out if Brennan's going to go scoring or if Brennan's going to go for more of a defensive role. All right, so we got Brennan in. He's on the OG. So we're going to see, those are the 3 robots that you can use, again, on the Infinite Recharge XRC edition. So we got all 3 robots coming in on red. We're just going to wait for Casey to boot on up in blue. Looks like he has undeafened himself, so he should be here soon. Video game players, welcome gamers. All right, and there we go. We have Casey on the field in the inertia. Unsurprising, coming in from Casey. He's done a lot of work on inertia robots, some good scoring, some good defense. I think you'll find the Red Alliance will say he's pretty annoying by the end of this match, but I think that means we are just about ready to get underway in our first match of the Joule Regional, and here we have our opening screen. Let's take a look at what we can get. So we're going to see slow start from Nick862. He's waiting, you know, biding his time. We'll see maybe if that'll pay off for him. Maybe it means he won't get a jam, but we are going to see immediately. One of the changes coming is that you are allowed to contact in autonomous mode. Well, you're allowed to cross the line in autonomous mode. Contact, though, is still very costly. So we'll see if that comes into play in these first few matches. 143, now it's 135, make that 152 now. So it's all close up, and there's already our first tech foul of the event coming in. That Space Turtle getting respawned across the field after getting teched out, helping the Red Alliance, building that lead even further. We see Brennan almost bonking Nick, but does make his way around. Dakota picking up some power cells to put in the work for the Blue Alliance. Again, more of a defensive role, this inertia, preventing his opponent from getting access to those high scores of Nick and Brennan. We see him playing counter defense right now. Dakota really just saving Nick from the hits of Space Turtle. Brennan going for a hit on Casey. Not going to be too effective as the inertia. He does have that turret. Does give him a bit of an extra ability. And we do see Red Alliance starting to break away from this. Already hitting the second stage of the color wheel and on to the third. Blue Alliance not quite there yet, but they should be there soon at 348 to 270. Again, a few tech fouls in play here, but is seeing a strong advantage for the Red Alliance. And we are going to see Blue now has the option to activate that next stage of the color wheel, and Red about to do the same, but Red distinctly is going to be for that ranking point soon. We're going to see Nick 862 picking up from across the field, 403 to 317 now with 52 seconds left on the clock. Dakota looking for any steals he can get, trying to starve the Blue Alliance with some power cells, and is in a little bit of a tricky situation, but just misses entering the opponent trench and avoids hitting Brennan at the same time. So really good play there from the Red Alliance, specifically of Dakota. And we are going to see Red Alliance now going for that ranking point. That should be on lock now from Nick, and that means that they're just focusing on scoring for as long as they can. Already crossing that 500 point threshold, 502 to 418. Space Turtle getting teched out yet again. He will reset. We see, I think, with the dynamic of Nick and Brennan, they know each other very well. They work well together, and we're seeing Brennan using the trench. They're communicating routes and pathing, not getting stuck in each other's way. Dakota waiting a little late to line up for the climbs. Likewise with Brennan, Blue Alliance is already there, but as we go up, we are going to see Red Alliance is going to hold on to that lead they had the whole time around. They get the balance in the end, and 634 to 557. I think we saw early, once the Blue Alliance realized it wasn't in their grasp to take the match, they were just focused on the extra ranking points where they could get them. Again, that's ultimately what decides your ranking, not your win-loss score. So 634 to 557, your unofficial score. So again, taking a look, there was only the one tech foul that came into play here. Both alliances with the perfect end game and auto score going, it started auto score going to Red, and it kind of hung out there the whole way through. But Nick and Brennan both with a very, very high contribution, and Steve 78 and Casey were in that as well. And we do get that the score is confirmed. So that's going to be our official match number 1 in the books, and we have a lot to go, but hang with us because this is just the first of many exciting matches today. All right, so match number 2. We've already set expectations pretty high here, and don't mind on your screen it says match 10. I promise we haven't, if you're joining us now, you haven't missed 9 matches. That was match number 1. And match number 2 is set to be another good one here. It's going to be Jake 5468, Bacon and Javelin versus Andrew 2137, Lewis 1771, and Jose Bobelli. So I'd say the ceiling is lower on this match, but I would say it has the ability to be pretty close, depending on how people play and what robot they elect to go with, what composition. We are going to see Jake on Roboteers and Javon on Inertia. Those appear to be confirmed. Andrew on Roboteers, unsurprising. Jose on OG, also unsurprising. So still 2 to find out of the 6. All right, looks like we do have one more loading in, so we're just waiting now on Lewis 1771. As not Bacon, I promise it's probably Bacon. And just as a side note, wasn't able to mention that earlier, our match MVP was tied between C and Brennan at 230 points each, and both alliances securing extra ranking points. So far, 4 RP for Dakota, Brennan, and Nick, 2 for C, Gorms, and Space Turtle. All right, so just waiting for Lewis again, and we do see a little bit of the practice stuff going on, just people trying to get their aiming circles set up, get their scores set up. Nothing too out of the ordinary happening. Sometimes you will see a little bit of shenanigans, but not today for now. Sounds like Lewis is going to play Inertia. And something to note too, if you're the Blue Alliance, it's going to be a little bit difficult, as Jose and Andrew both do not use a microphone. So poor Lewis is going to be the only one. He's going to be talking at people. They won't be talking back to him during the match. Not exactly the easy challenge for a new player, but hopefully he'll be able to do that well enough that it won't make too much of a difference. That is one of the hard parts of playing SRC, and especially at the Joule Regional. There are some players here, and there's the shenanigans that we see. Lewis getting reset. He's on OG, actually, so maybe going to be doing a little bit more scoring. All right, so with this match getting underway, we're going to see early dashes, towards the opponent's zones, try to get as many power cells as possible. With the double OG composition on the Red Alliance, they will be very susceptible to defense should they get attacked. So Javon's going to have to play a lot of counter D there for them. And then 128 to 80 Red Alliance with the solid lead, and Lewis already with one tech foul, not with the Red Alliance, or with the Blue Alliance foul before Red Alliance is like, we'll take it all day, please. 162 to 84 now. So they lines up a full set for inertia. That's not going to make up for the fact that all three Red Robots were scoring there and extending their lead 200, 129, and this lead has just been growing steadily ever since Autonomous. As Not Bacon now looks to do a cycle, he's got a bit of a jam, has to spit out 1 or 2 power cells, but does get the full hopper off eventually. And 275 to 173 now. So that 100-point lead, kind of what we're holding at. We're going to see Lewis again going for a cycle. Jake thinks about going for the defensive hit, but thinks it's not worth it in the end. Got to admit there was only 1 or 2 power cells left in his intake. Seems fair enough. And a tech foul. Jose getting teched out and respawned by Javon. Javon will get all those power cells, get the 25-point bonus, and Red Alliance is going to be really happy with that. A really big play from Javon, and a bit of miscommunication there. Jake and Not Bacon running into each other under the trench. That's a little bit difficult there when you got 2 OGs. It's not very common, so not everyone is remembering how to communicate the use of the trench. 428 to 266, so this lead just keeps on growing. Andrew holding up, being held up by Javon right now, will get by. Javon resetting himself, and Andrew's going to go for that big cycle for the Blue Alliance. Javon's going to look to steal those power cells that are on the blue side of the field. I think that's 4 that he'll get off of that, and with 35 seconds left, this one's pretty much been decided for a while, but does not mean the Blue Alliance doesn't have the opportunity to get that extra ranking point for either the power cell shot. Red Alliance is locking that one in now with 24 seconds left, or the one for all 3 robots, or at least 2 in a balance in the end game. So with 14 seconds left, we'll see what that comes down to with a few extra seconds left on the clock. We're going to see Javon the first to line up for the Red Alliance. On the other hand, Blue Alliance going to have Lewis in the center, make that Andrew in the center, and with 3 seconds left, it looks like almost everyone's lined up. We'll see who misses the climbs in the end, but it looks like, from what I can tell, all 3 Blue Alliance robots did make it off the ground. Definitely all 3 red robots, and they will set our match an event high score of 678. We can take a look at what that was without fouls. I believe that might make it 628, but we'll see for sure in just a moment. And with that, yes, that's confirmed. 678 to 487, unofficial score. Just waiting for our referees to lock that one in. And I mean, Blue Alliance unfortunately missing out on the 55-point endgame score. We'll see if they were able to get the color wheel done and get that extra RP. That score is now official, so that's going to be all she wrote for this match here. Again, 678 to 467, so 4 more players joining us on the 4 RP average. Unfortunately for Blue Alliance, there's a tough one this one out. And unfortunately, they also missed that ranking point for the color wheel. Alright, so that was qualification match number 2. So we can take a preview now, and just so we all know, match high score there was Javelin with a contribution of 292, so crazy high scores early on. He was doing a lot of those foul works, which adds to his score, but really good stuff from Javelin, and he sets our individual contribution record, and they set the match contribution match record for now as well. So Jose back on the field right away. He's on red this time, along with Cone and Kachao. So that one's going to have some interesting dynamics. As many know, Cone and Kachao are frequently in communications with one another, so they know how each other work on and off the field. So we'll see if they're able to use their chemistry for good here in the second robotics competition on the field. So again, it's going to be Jose, Cone, and Kachao versus Seagorms, Tony, 1086, and Metal Jello. So the advantage is on the Red Alliance as far as experience goes, but Seagorms has been known to play some insane inertia stuff. So we'll see if he's able to do that here. It does appear that he's on the OG, so that's not going to happen today. And there's actually no inertia on the Blue Alliance or on the Red Alliance. So this is some pretty insane stuff coming in. We got triple OG on the Red Alliance. We don't see this one very often at all. Could be some sort of a, gentleman's rule here with the ladies as well on the field. We'll see what happens. In autonomous, advantage is going to go in favor of the Blue Alliance, but not by much, as we're seeing the match update here in just a moment. Looks like some more points are going in for the Red Alliance and the Blue Alliance alike, so it's 137 to 107. And as these robots are making their way across the field trying to score, we'll see what's going on here. 140 left in the match.
At these alliances, they're definitely keeping it close here. We're seeing an appearance from Casey on OG, which is a little bit different from his usual inertia, but he's still putting up the points. Current MVP for his team.
For sure, and this was actually a very close match there. For a moment, it was tied, as we are seeing these robots go toe-to-toe. And now with 1 minute and 11 left, literally tied on the board. So we're going to see some scoring go on and on. 286 now, so Blue Alliance taking a little bit of a lead. $306 to 298.
I mean, take a look at these point difference over times. They're keeping things really close. We see this spike for techs come in every once in a while that looks like 25 points, but they usually get it right back, and they're holding the line pretty well.
Yeah, and with 28 seconds left, we're seeing that the three OG robots are holding their own. They're trying their best to, hold on. Looks like they've gotten the match lead for the time being, but could all come down to some climbs. Looks like Red Alliance having some issues lining up there. Kachao, we'll see if Jose can make it in. Not sure what Jose's trying to get them that ranking point. Not sure if he did or not.
And look at the blue climbs there. Tony trying to pull up on the bar ends up falling off.
Yeah, it looks like he missed the climb, and that might seal the deal for the Blue Alliance. They were so close to getting it, and Jose too, working on that wheel for quite a while. This was a very back and forth match, and I think it was closer than it needed to be based on those. I think the robot picks were not the right picks here, but it looks like Triple OG for the time being has won the match. The wheel may be coming in last second. We will see for sure. And with that unofficial score, 551-497, our first fully clean match of the afternoon, and it looks like Red just getting those 4 RP, so they will be on the board with a 4 RP average, 497 for the Blue Alliance with 1 ranking point to their name coming from the colored wheel. Looks like they missed out on the end game with Tony, again, not climbing. And I'll just check and see when that score becomes official. Score does stand. So we will be locking that one in the books. Qualification match number 3. So with that, again, 3 matches in the books of 32. So we got lots of time today for people to come back after a tough match. But at least the Blue Alliance will be satisfied taking away 1 ranking point from. So this next match, oh boy, are we in for another one. So Cone and Kachao will stay together. I think they may have learned that one of them will need to go on a different robot. They're also going to have Metal Jello on the Alliance, but they're going to be facing off against Nick, Bacon, and Brennan. So that is not an alliance that I would want to face off against if I had the opportunity to choose my opponents. I think that one is going to be very heavily in favor of the Blue Alliance, and I think we'll see Red Alliance instead focusing on those extra ranking points. We are going to see Brennan on Inertia, Nick on Roboteers, and Bacon on the original robot, the OG. Unsurprising, we're seeing Metal Jello on Roboteers, so at least we're not seeing triple OG again from the Red Alliance. So as the match is just getting underway, again, Blue Alliance expected to win this, but an upset could occur. Again, anything could happen, especially with the hefty fouls that do exist. Nick, again, a slow start. I think this may be intentional from him. He's focusing on getting that shooter winded up. So early advantage, we already see Brennan going in for some auto defense. We'll see if that one does go under a review or not, because that is legal now to play some defense, but if anyone crossed the line, it does get into tricky territory. So right now, advantage Blue, 125 to 90 points approximately. So we're seeing Blue Alliance already with the lead, starting to run away with it, and Brennan on the inertia is going to start playing defense where he can find opportunities to do so, and stealing power cells is going to be a big thing. Going to try and starve the opposite alliance. And we're seeing Brennan again going in for the steal, and this time disrupting Metal Jello and Kachow, going in for another power cell, so being particularly greedy, but is able to do so relatively quickly and avoiding any contact. He's doing a very good job of stealing power cells from his opponents where the opportunity does present itself. And a big pop there from Metal Jello will give Blue Alliance the opportunity to do so. We do see Bacon and Nick collide for a brief moment, but since they're on the same alliance, nothing major happening. We're seeing Kachow and Cone communicating, trying to pick up that hopper after being dropped, and Brennan just holding the two of them off, trying to disrupt their paths across the field, and does bump Nick, who was trying to use the Roboteers robot to fire off a cycle, but they're in the lead right now by such a significant margin that it's not too big of a deal. 232 to 353 current score with 57 seconds left, and Blue Alliance looks almost posed to be able to do that final stage of the color wheel. Red Alliance doing their first stage of it. Brennan's about to respawn onto the field, does not respawn onto Bacon. That would have been very difficult for Bacon to score with an inertia robot on top of you. So 432 to 271, your current score. Brennan, again, just going really hard on this defense. I think he recognizes that while the Alliance is not particularly threatening their win right now, it's always a good opportunity to practice in. And a tech foul, Cone getting teched out on the red side of the field. Seems like he's gotten a little bit too overambitious with his positioning, and we are going to see now Cone going in again on Bacon, not too dismayed by the last attempt. Bacon firing off the shots as late as he can get them. Not sure if Blue Alliance did end up scoring that full color wheel, but we're going to see with the climbs going up, it should be a pretty easy lock. 605 to 394 with Nick, your match MVP, at 222 points. So like we saw, this one was pretty much a runaway from the start, and just that one tech foul so far, making it clean. The biggest difference here I see is that while the auto was close-ish, it was within 30 points, the number of power cells, just the sheer volume of the Blue Alliance's scoring capabilities, blowing the Red Alliance out of the water, an additional 45 power cells is pretty significant, especially when each one can be worth up to 3 points.
Yeah, definitely. And when you're putting up 50% more power cells than the other team, it doesn't matter at that point if you're hitting inners or outers. You're going to win that match every single time. And that little boost they had out of auto, it almost became negligible as the match went on. 200-point win.
Yeah, but that does not mean that the Red Alliance will go home empty-handed. They did have a 90 endgame score, so they do have that one breaking point to their name. So the Cone and Kachow matchup, we got 2 matches in a row, and it went better I'd say the first time, but at least they walk away with, in total, 5 ranking points from their 2 matches together. So, it's pretty good for, you know, all things considered, I would say. Alright, so we're still waiting for everyone to come onto the field for qualification match number 5. Time flies when you're having fun. We're already on match number 5. And we're actually right on schedule. So we're going to see Andrew, Space Turtle, Tony 1086 making his match debut here. We got Javelin, Dakota 346, and Lewis 1771. So we do have all 6 on the field, meaning we should be able to get underway shortly. But take a look at these robot compositions here. We're seeing Tony on the OG robot. Not as common for newer players. Newer players will sometimes struggle with lining up and go for inertia for that reason alone, but it looks like the Red Alliance, having a solid idea of what they're going to do, will go with that. Alright, and so as the match does get underway, we are going to see robots all across the field making their way, putting up some power cells. First one to score is the Blue Alliance, and I would be surprised to see them lose that advantage. They will hold it at the end of Autonomous there, 122 to 96. The advantage for the Blue Alliance right now is Dakota cleaning up house on the blue side of the field. Massive hopper right now from him on the Roboteers robot. That'll put up a lot of points for them once he gets that off. All right, so 164 to 150 points, your current score. So it's actually coming back here for Red. They take the lead for the first time in a few, in a while. And we're going tit for tat right here. We're getting 195 to 170, your current score. And it looks like Space Turtle will get teched out on the red side of the field in that initiation line. He's back around now. And not really in anyone's way, so not too much of a big deal for that Red Alliance there. Losing a bit of time, though, is still never something you want. 243 to 208, your current score. So Blue Alliance remaining in the lead here. It looks like there's one robot grayed out, indicating a tech foul has occurred. Those are 25 points each. Space Turtle getting respawned yet again. Not a big deal. Those aren't worth anything. The main thing is technical fouls for the G10 or G11 rule violations. Those ones happen relatively frequently and are really damaging if you do make contact with another robot in a protected zone. 312 to 250 right now, your score. So pretty much maintaining where it was just a few moments ago, a few cycles later. We are going to see Blue Alliance able to do the color wheel. They do that now. Dakota was doing that. Same time as Andrew, so responding for the Red Alliance. We're going to see if anyone's able to get that ranking point for all stages activated. Looks unlikely given they just activated it with 30 seconds left, but some intensive scoring could occur.
And Andrew's doing the best he can on his alliance right now, putting up 172, keeping up with Dakota's, even though he doesn't have the support from his team as much as Dakota does. You see, they've bumped into each other in the rendezvous zone quite a few times there. It can be a little more difficult as a rookie, not knowing exactly where you need to be at all times.
Certainly. Communication was a little bit of a struggle for the Red Alliance. They will walk away with 445 points to 499. So our lowest scoring match from a winning alliance, from the looks of it. We'll see if that score stands. And take a look at that breakdown right now, where we're going to see that score does become official. So these are your official results here. We're seeing Andrew match MVP, 96 to 116. So Red Alliance had it for a moment, but then it slipped away from them yet again, just not able to keep up with the Blue Alliance's scoring power there. 10 additional power cells, extra points in auto making a difference, but does get that ranking point. Both alliances actually getting that endgame ranking point. So 3 RP for Blue Alliance, 1 RP for Red in match number 5. Again, Andrew, Space Turtle, and Tony versus Javelin, Dakota, and Lewis, going to Javelin, Dakota, and Lewis. Alright, so you do see your preliminary rankings on the score right now. We're only 5 matches in, so these are going to shake up quite a bit, but it looks like most people now, or everyone actually having at least 1 match so far. We're seeing that right now, Jake, we actually have 4 people with a perfect ranking average. Alright, so we do see qualification match number 6, Jake Javelin again back on the field after his win, and Cone versus Dakota, C4678 and Kachow. So Javelin Dakota last match is, alliance partners. Now they're back against each other, and we are going to see who's able to take the early advantage. Looks like Blue had it for a moment. We'll see if Red had more scoring power, though. 120 to 104, the current score here. So we are going to see Red Alliance with the advantage. If they can hold that, for the rest of the match, that would be pretty solid. We do see the Tribot composition from them matched by the Blue Alliance, but I think it would be fair to say Cone has a bit more experience than Kachow does on the field, so advantage Red in that regard. 189 to 141. So for the time being, still Red Alliance lead. Not having popped that hopper yet, we got a bit of power cell overflow onto the field. Javon's looking for skills where he can get them, and just trying to be all around disruptive to the Blue Alliance. Does enable Kachow to get that full cycle off without a problem, but will clean up house. Looks like Red Alliance struggling to find power cells at the moment. Just they're holding that lead. Most of the power cells are hanging out in the blue corner of the field, where it's not a safe zone at all. And we are seeing big contact between Javon and Dakota. .24 to 252. Now your score with 1 minute left. And as the clock keeps ticking down, Red Alliance is just further extending their lead. You can see in the graph in the corner, it's peaked at about 100 points and will continue to grow as we see Cone making his way down through the trench run. Looks like a very full OG robot, and Dakota not taking the opportunity to defend, instead going for a cycle, which means that he was able to get that all off without any defensive problems. And Red Alliance now able to get that stage 3, activating that generator switch to protect First City. 444 to 364. Now your score with 22 seconds left. We'll see if Blue Alliance is able to get bonus ranking points of their own. That'll help them with their final scores. Jake, big cycle about to come in from them if he's able to get it off in time. With 12 seconds left, we are seeing Blue Alliance, some of those less experienced players lining up early, like Kachow. Red Alliance now coming in. Time to do the same for them. With 5 seconds left, the match has been decided for quite a while, but we'll see who can get the extra RPs, and it is going to be extra climbing RPs, I believe, all around. 601 to 500, your unofficial score. And score will stand. So that's going to be an official 601 to 550 qualification match number 6. So your winners there again were Jake 5468, Javelin, and Cone versus Dakota, C4678, and Kachow. And I didn't really give Jake enough credit. He was doing pretty solid stuff on that Roboteers, and Cone at a 237 contribution. Well done by him as well. So those two players both breaking that 200-point threshold for individual contributions there. All right, so previewing now qualification match number 7. We're going to see C4678, Brennan 4476, Space Turtle, Jose Bobelli, Andrew, and Bacon on the field here. Qualification number 7. This one's got a lot of experience on the field here, and some newer, we got the newer player in Space Turtle, but I think all 6 of these players very capable here. And we are seeing Space Turtle on the Inertia, Brennan on the OG, C on the Roboteers, Bacon, Andrew, and Jose. They're doing a Tribot as well. So with 2 minutes and 7 seconds left, our autonomous period is complete. They're 135 to 112. The current score, Red Alliance with the advantage here. And I can't say that that's surprising to me. C and Brennan have a very good working dynamic. But Blue Alliance does definitely have the potential to keep this one close. Andrew, very experienced Roboteers, and Bacon with the inertia. We'll see what he's able to do. Jose plays a lot of OG. Did get in each other's way there a bit. A lot of Glutens there. It's going to slow down the Red Alliance. And we do see Space Turtle starting to play that climber defense. So that's when the inertia puts up the climber in an attempt to defend the opponents from taking some shots that can either block the shots or get in their way in general. We did see that kind of irritate the Blue Alliance for a little bit. So effective in that regard. But the Blue Alliance is keeping this one close here, 251 to 243, the current score, with 100 points. We've seen that before as the gap here. This one's not nearly there. We're going back and forth with this one. 288 to 264. Currently, with a minute left on the clock, we are seeing Brennan activating the rotation stage of the color wheel. Blue responds. Andrew doing the same for them. So both alliances on the same kind of scoring path here, getting the same amount of power cells in, and with 52 seconds left on the clock, still Red Alliance advantage, but Blue does have a way to win this one still. Their win condition involves the end game, but it's not beyond the realm of possibility here. 383 to 329, so Red Alliance with that big cycle, Brennan getting a big steal. That's something to keep an eye out for, is putting up the score. Did get tapped by Bacon, a little late the second time, so did get most of his cycle off ultimately, but did struggle a little early on, did miss one or two shots. 450 points rather, with 20 seconds left. We do see the score. Now we're seeing a bit bigger of a gap. Blue Alliance losing their momentum, which is really hurting them. We are going to see a little bit of contact between these Red Alliance members as they try to get lined up. They know they have to win on lock if they can pull off the climbs. We'll see Blue Alliance if they can respond as well, but a bit of chaos. Looks like Andrew maybe not getting a slot on the bar, and 602 to 510. So score similar to what we just saw, but gameplay was certainly different and something to keep an eye out for. So again, Brennan, C, and Space Turtle 602. Don't know where the 169 came from. To 510, and that score will be confirmed. So that is going to be our official score here. Extra RPs for both ranking points. Blue Alliance only getting 1, so it's going to be 4-1 ranking point for. And Super MC Matrix gifting us up. Super awesome. Thanks for doing that. We love that. Labib plays things and getting that tier 1 sub, so make sure you give Super MC Matrix a high five. Sounds like there's a little bit of controversy going on behind the scenes. Blue Alliance having some miscommunication issues. So we'll see if they're able to clear those up for other future matches, because with a small match, we are going to say, or with a small event, likely you are going to play with someone multiple times. So that's qualification match number 7. So we are going to see Metal Jellos, Seagorms, and Nick862 versus Tony, Jake, Your68, and Viz 1771. So Metal Jello, Casey and Nick862 again versus Jake, Tony, and Viz 1771. These players here, different levels of experience all around. And we are going to see, this match should be good to get underway shortly. We'll see all these different play styles coming up from these two alliances. again, welcome if this is your first time watching us. We're super excited to have you joining us here for what should be a good match, qualification match number 8. A little bit of contact between these Blue Alliance members here, whereas the Red Alliance seem to have themselves a little bit more sorted out here. It does end up being a particularly close autonomous mode. Might have been a foul somewhere in there because 128 to 121, everyone scored very well. And we are going to see 140 to 130. So it looks like Red Alliance gets the first cycle in the teleop. Blue Alliance will have to respond, and we do see Tony making his way across the field on the inertia. Not able to play counter D very effectively. Casey is all up in the Blue Alliance's business there, really disrupting that auto cycle, or that teleop cycle there. 179 to 167. Currently the score with 145 left, and we are going to see the first person to hit 100, unsurprisingly, is going to be Nick 862, our 12-2 champion, 2 times running. 213 to 167 now. Casey waiting for the Blue Alliance to get there. Here to say, if you want to score, I'm going to make it as hard for you as possible. And we are going to see Casey resetting here, but communications with Nick pretty solid and making sure they don't get in each other's way. And Casey does go in for a big hit there on the Blue Alliance. Again, when all robots are scoring at the same time, that's the problem. You need to work your cycle times out a little bit better. Coordinate yourselves, because otherwise one hit from Casey is going to screw up all 3 people, and Louise unfortunately getting teched out there when trying to contest Jello for that red power port. Casey now, you can't even pick up power cells anymore. They're getting teched out. A really big play there from Casey in that inertia, playing extremely well this match and playing a lot of tech battles, causing Blue Alliance all kinds of hardship, as he is really, I'd say, not the MVP of the scoring, but certainly the MVP of the Red Alliance's hearts right now. 408, 269, 33 seconds left. So Red Alliance having extended their small lead from Autonomous after being down for even a few moments. They are fully in control of this match here. 22 seconds left. So Metal Jello, big cycle coming in on the Roboteers from the Rendezvous Zone. And with 13 seconds left, we are going to see Blue Alliance robots start to climb, just making sure they want to get that ranking point, making sure that they'll be good to go. Red Alliance having a few issues, and with 3 seconds left, we'll see who's able to get up. Looks like there might have been some problems on Red getting all 3 up, but we'll see in the end. And 533 to 425 is your current unofficial score. And so the score, again, 533 to 425, still unofficial for the time being. But again, Casey's defense there, very well done. And I think that really is what gave the Red Alliance the match. Wouldn't you say, Colin?
Oh yeah, most definitely. Auto, they come out kind of even with each other. And then as you get further into the match, you get those penalties that add up. The 2 techs there every single time. There's 25 points that you're not going to be able to get back as easily, and then just putting up so many more power cells. I mean, you see they put up 30 more. That's a really hard deficit to come over, and even losing all this end game.
The power cells, Nick was putting in some good work. He is the match MVP for the points, but isn't able to carry them to that ranking point. But at the very least, they held on for the win there after coming out even in autonomous mode. So 533 to 425 with a bonus ranking point for the. Oh, it looks like they did actually get the.
They did get the control panel.
Yeah, it was the climbs in the end that failed them. So I think that was a pretty, a mistake that we'll see make an impact on our rankings in the end. Actually, I would not be surprised. But it looks like we will be getting an unofficial score for that. Yeah, the score is still being unofficial for the time being, as there's some discussing going on. Yeah, so we're just waiting for the match to be finalized. So how's everyone doing on this Saturday evening? So currently we've got, just taking a look at what we've got here again, the unofficial score did still give Red Alliance the win. Yeah, I'm hearing from you guys that you have a lot of the power cells, but not sure what to spend them on. So if you guys have any suggestions for what we could do with them, put them in the Twitch chat here. We'll see if we can maybe implement some of the cool ones. Make a difference, improve the Twitch channel. I mean, I will not say no to that. How do you do a poll? I want to do one. We've got Ricardo asking. So it is the moderators that make the polls of the Twitch channel, but if there's a particular poll of which you would like to suggest.
Yeah, if you have suggestions for polls or suggestions for predictions, we'd love to hear them. Drop them in the Twitch chat. We've got it open. We will definitely get to them. And Twitch chat's going to be your best way to communicate with us during the event.
This is true.
Yeah, Discord. I have it open, but I have a bajillion tiny windows open, so it probably won't get noticed.
Suggest a poll. Event 3 hype. Yes, is Event 3 hype or not? That's the poll.
Event 3 hype.
Event 3 hype. That you can use your cheering for. I will cheer. How many cheers can I do? I've got 40 bits. Let's do it. There. Now I get to be on the cheer board. Hooray. That's the hype. We got predictions started. That's me. Thank you, Tegan, for the 12 bits. Alright, so what is our prediction gonna be here? Who will win Quals 9? So let me read out to you. Qualification match number 9. The match has already been completed, but we're gonna say Metal Jello. We'll talk about match number 10, where it's gonna be Metal Jello, Louise 1771, C4678 versus Kachow, Dakota, and Bacon.
So match 9 hasn't been completed, I believe. Match Qual 8 was the one that's just completed and is still pending a final score, I believe.
All right, so we do have the front call coming in. I'm just adding up those points for you all now. The final score is going to still be the Red Alliance's favor. They are going to receive 45 additional points, 15 of which will go to credit them in the end game, 30 of which will be foul points. The penalty score is not 525 to 150. Don't worry about that for the time being. I think they're probably just playing around on the field right now, so that's live updating. That is not the current penalty score. But the final score will be 623, 425. With apparently 600 of them being 600 of them are penalty points. So introducing our next match. Oh, that was qualification match number 8. Qualification match number 9 is Seagorms, Cone, Andrew 2137 versus Space Turtle, Jose, and Javelin. And I think all 6 players are on the field. So Colin, why don't you take this match away? Colin, why don't you take this match away?
Yeah, sorry, I was trying to make sure it was synced correctly to our Google Sheets.
Fair enough. And so with this match getting underway, we are going to see early lead to the Blue Alliance, but Red Alliance will come right back in with a Blue Alliance lead coming out of auto by a single point. So, I mean, this one looks like it's going to be close, eh?
Yeah, definitely. Oh, there's a tech from Javon, unfortunately, it seems. 25 points to the Red Alliance, widens the gap just a little bit, but Blue is certainly not out of this. There is Space Turtle, Jose, and Javon. Jose very strong in that OG, that's what he plays typically, and Javon a very strong defensive player on inertia, but also knows when to take a cycle and put up those points. We do see Red expanding their lead just a little bit here, up over 90 points right now. They do seem to be a cycle ahead, so Blue's going to catch up just a little bit, but Andrew is cycling back and forth, putting up those points very quickly. Currently 150 points, just put up a whole nother cycle. 50 points above the Blue Alliance's highest scorer of Jovan and Jose, hovering right around that 100 mark. Jovan putting up almost as many points as Jose, but it can be difficult being the OG there, not having counter D consistently. You can get bullied a lot by every single robot that's going to go up to the side of the field. They see an open OG, they are definitely going to go for a quick bump. It costs them 1 second to do that, but it's going to cost that OG several seconds trying to line back up. It can be very finicky sometimes. So definitely good move anytime you see that. Bumping the inertia won't do quite as much, but stealing balls right from their intake certainly can. Andrew breaking 200 points, 30 seconds left. The color wheel is up for that 3rd ranking point. We can see Cone now going to do that for the Red Alliance. Doesn't look like Blue has that ranking point quite yet. There's still 15 seconds to try and get that. They do have to get climbs up, and last second climbs can be kind of dicey. But in a match where it doesn't seem like they'll be able to win, they should focus on that. Those ranking points, control panel does go up, but they're not going to be able to get it. They might get their climbs in, it seems. It seems like they might have. We'll get a final score to you, or a better breakdown of the score to you in just a second here, pending any issues with the match. As of right now, our unofficial final score, 635 to 477. The Red Alliance taking the win. We see straight out of auto, Blue had a slight advantage there, but they were not able to maintain it. Red Alliance putting up 150 power cells even. The Blue only putting up 125. Those points add up very quickly. And then you take in the 45 endgame points that they missed there. That's just going to drop their score even more and miss the ranking point. It doesn't look like Blue got any ranking points that match, very unfortunately. Top scorers, Andrew putting up 264 points. Absolutely insane. An amazing score, certainly that you're going to be looking up. You're going to be looking at when we get closer to playoffs. This is only qual 9 out of 32, so certainly these can get shaken up quite a bit. But let's take a look at the rankings real quick. They
Yeah,
might
that
be
seems like a good idea.
settling
again,
a little bit. Yeah.
I guess they are definitely very volatile. Like we said, we're only on match 9 of 32. We're only
Definitely.
a third of the way through. But so far, Brennan, the only one left undefeated with that perfect RP average.
Yeah, and Brendan, he's holding that 4 ranking score right now. He's played 3 matches so far, not as much. There are some players with 4, like Cone in rank 3 right now. He's played 4 matches, but Brennan holding that perfect competition up so far. Not to mention the several match MVPs he's had. Every single match, he has gotten a 4 RP and been the match MVP on the field.
Mm-hmm. And that is 3 matches so far. So again, everyone obviously having a lot of opportunities. He'll, I'm sure, have his harder matches come. Looks like he's just been on the better end of the schedule gen for now, but that doesn't mean he hasn't been playing very well when he has been on the field. And so qualification match number 10 underway. Again, Metal Jello, C4678, Luis 1771 on the Red Alliance. They're against Dakota, Bacon, and Kachow. So 110 to 104. Currently the score with 2 minutes and 10 seconds left on the clock. So we are seeing right now, I mean, Blue Alliance is keeping this one close. And now, of course, as I say that, it's going to be a Red Alliance going for the lead for a moment, and then we're back to Blue. It all depends on who's cycling when. And Dakota, a big hit on C4678, who's on inertia, not his preferred robot. He is generally a Robo-Tier's main, but in this instance is going on a second robot. Showing that he can, that's something that people keep an eye out for in scouting. But, I mean, I think that makes sense when I say the preferred alliance here is the Blue Alliance, just with Dakota, Bacon.
Yeah, definitely. On the Red Alliance, we have C, who is a very strong player on the Robo-Tiers. And it doesn't look like they're actually on tiers right now. They're playing the Inertia. But the other 2 players, Lewis and Metal Jello, they're either a rookie or we haven't seen them in SRC in a while. And then compare that to the Blue Alliance, Bacon, Dakota, and Kachow. We've seen them in SRC for quite a bit there. They are holding the lead of about 40 points as we get to 1 minute left in the match. Red Alliance is getting the first color wheel down, maybe trying to get that second one before the match ends. Dakota going for a steal there, getting those points up, and it looks like both alliances are working to get that last stage of the control panel up and spun before climbs are very important. Good reset on Dakota there. Certainly going to stop him for a second there.
And I mean, a bit of a communication error with some Metal Jello and C contacting each other in their own trench. Again, especially when you're just behind, you don't want to be doing stuff like that. You want as much time as you can get. Dakota, big steal there, and he gets away with it. Only a few power cells, but that, especially in a close match, will make a big difference. And with only 5 seconds left, we see it couldn't have come in a more opportune time for the Blue Alliance, who unofficially 550 to 484.
Yeah, certainly, and I think the big key to stealing when you're trying to take from their loader zone is just confidence there. If you hesitate ever so slightly, any of those robots are going to push you into the triangle, push you into the trench, and that's just 25 points that you're never going to see again right onto your opponent's score. And especially near that end game time, you don't want that score jumping to the other alliance at all. And good steals by Dakota.
All right, so for qualification match number 10, this score will stand. So you see the breakdown here, 550 to 484, and by far the MVP, Bacon, with 273 points. That's going to be a really big win there, especially for them. So I mean, it was close in auto, and then we just see the power cells are Bacon with the 273 contribution. That's really what's going to set your alliance apart. And they did end up getting both alliances the climbs in the end.
Yeah, both alliances did get the climb RP. Neither of them got the control panel RP. We saw Blue had it up at the end of the game, but they decided it was going to be more worth their time, get the climbs. Definitely a less risky play to do.
I'm not sure if I agree with you 100% on that. I think if you know that you have the match on lock, you can go for 2 climbs and a balance, and then have your third robot dedicate themselves to getting that color wheel. But it's a hard call to make on the fly, which is why I totally understand. But I think if they were going for maximum, they could have had 4 RP easily. You don't need a 90 game score to still get that ranking point. So something they might be thinking about later when they're saying we wish we just had 1 more ranking point. But for now, Dakota, Bacon, and Cacao can't be too upset with a 4 RP match or a 3 RP match.
Yeah, certainly.
Especially after being auto. And so we are going to see Kachao's back on the field. But this time we got some other players as well. This is going to be match number 11 coming in. Jake 5468, Nick 862, Kachao, Brennan 4476, Andrew 2137, Tony 1086. Let's see if Brennan can keep his 4 RP streak alive. And so it's all going to start in auto. So we see Nick, he waits. I think this is tactical. I think that's to get his climber, going fast. His shooter going fast. And we are going to see at 2:15. This is one of the first times we've seen Andrew or anyone go across the field before the end of a toss. And so Tony, he is going to be putting up a full set of power cells for the Blue Alliance. And Colin, this one is going all wrong for the Red Alliance. What do you think's happening here? What do you think they need to change with 145 left?
I'm not even sure here. I think playing double OG and a tears out the long shots. Wait, hold on, Nick. I think that might just answer the question here.
I think they're going now. They maybe have accepted that they can't win. I'm not totally sure what's going on. I'm not sure if these are going in. Those all went in inner. That's
really impressive if he's hitting inners with those. Another strategy here. It could just be a power cell dump. They're just trying to get the ranking point.
That's true, but I mean, if they're going in for 3s, they are still in contention. And Andrew, on the other hand, with Roboteers going for those closer shots, and Nick right now just waiting. We're going to see, once he starts putting those power cells, again, the score going up by 3 indicates their inners. Looks like he did dial in the inners later in that cycle. So while it is still advantage to Blue Alliance, you got to commend the Red Alliance for their, creativity in developing a strategy, trying to break the meta here. 426 to 355, so just not fast enough with their other cyclers. Nick with the 158 contribution, the second highest, and is still losing to the other Roboteer. Because right now he's waiting for power cells to start coming.
And
we are seeing Brennan playing defense.
Exactly. Kachao and Jake just can't even get a single ball off. Great defense there, having to sacrifice those inners just so you can get some points. And there is
OG on OG. Normally that's not, what you're necessarily expecting, but we are going to see Red Alliance. They've made the call that they're just going to go for the end game points. And so, although a little bit of confusion may be coming in at the end, we'll see Red Alliance looks like they're going for the extra RPs. And Brennan, if they did miss the climb, they may be on track to get a 4 RP match. But I mean, I think you have to give it to Nick and Andrew here. Roboteers on different strategies, both putting up a good number, but I would not be surprised if a lot of Nick's power cells did go in. He did have the full inner cycles, but some may have gone in the outer, and that really hurts your score. So, unofficially, the score 589 to 469. So this would mean Brennan is winning a match for sure, but we'll get the power cells and the RPs officialized in a moment. It sounds like the score is official, so we'll get that feed in just a moment. And that is going to be another 4 RP match for Brennan, but he is not done yet. He's back up for qualification match number 12. So currently your number 1 seed having a lot of matches here. And he's against Nick 862 again. This one's going to be a lot harder for him, though. It is Cone, Nick 862, and Jose versus Brennan 4476, Javelin, and Metal Jello. So this one is going to be, I'd say, Brennan's hardest match yet, and I think this may be where the 4RP average falls. So right now, Cone having the opportunity to challenge that number 1 slot. He is second and is on the Red Alliance this time. Jose, down in rank 16, has the opportunity to get some good power cells and boost his average, along with Nick 862, who's hanging out in the 5th spot right now, Javelin, who's in number 6, and Metal Jello down in 14th. So right now, Jose has the most to gain, and Brennan has the most to lose. Jose, again, the winner of the Bowl, so as one of the members who eliminated Brennan from Alliance number 1. Or maybe that was the last. Oh boy, I'm getting all my events confused. But yeah, this is going to be qualification match number 12. Again, Cone, Nick, Jose versus Brennan, Javelin, Metal Jello. Edge has to be for the Red Alliance, but if the Blue Alliance has anything, to challenge them, I would be excited to see it. I think they have the wits about them to do it, but do they have the mechanical ability? So again, Jose Bobelli and Javelin, who are both on the field right now, winners of the Volt Regional. And I was mistaken in that Brennan was in the Ampere Regional, so my apologies to our viewers for misleading you there. As the match getting underway, though, so this is again going to be, you need a strong start if you are the Blue Alliance. And we'll see. It looks like Javon going for even stealing from the opponent trench. That's really risky there. But they do get it off. Sounds like some of those power cells did go in late for Blue. They are down by 10, but that's not too significant, all things considered. Again, though, this lead extending from a fast cycle. We are seeing a big hit coming in from Javon. Did not get teched, but did indeed really mess with Nick's cycle there, and that's going to bring Blue back in contention, 158 to 168 right now, and Javon's back in there playing some defense. If Javon can mess with the Red Alliance enough, they will definitely be, feeling the pressure a little bit, but Brennan also has to cycle like a madman. Metal Jello picking up some power cells, but having a little bit empty of a cycle. Really struggling there, so Brendan gonna have to carry a little bit more for his alliance, and we're seeing Javon won't even let Nick go through, so Nick's going back to the far shot strat, and that could be the saving grace for the Blue Alliance here. 271 to 212. They need some tech fouls, and they need them yesterday if they're gonna keep this match in contention. We see Brendan going under the trench. There's a lot of power cells there. They're trying to block them from the Red Alliance, but we do see Cone going in for a steal near the blue side of the rendezvous zone. Brendan going in for a big hopper pop. Cone looking to contest it, does get away scot-free, and that's a full cycle stolen from the Blue Alliance, going to red, 354 to 251. So it appears that our original hypothesis that a 4RP average would fall is looking like it could be correct, but there's still time for the Blue Alliance to make some sort of a massive comeback.
Yeah, definitely, and I think Nick's really showing off his versatility with Roboteers here. Being able to take those far shots when the rendezvous is clogged up is definitely going to be very important, especially when you get to playoffs and your defensive inertias become a lot more skilled. They know the spots they can really get you, while staying safe themselves. And the rendezvous against that trust is a very big one. So be able to take those long shots and just completely avoid that ever happening is going to be very important. Not having to worry about, especially during endgame as well. You have, it looks like Cone's getting ready to climb already, certainly lining up. Red knows they've got this match. They want the ranking points.
Still a little bit of miscommunication around the bar. Blue Alliance, on the other hand, does not look like they will get the color wheel RP. They will go up for the climbs to go home with some sort of a consolation prize, but in the end, it was just not meant to be for them, that match. And I think the problem was, take a look at the breakdown. Brennan on the OG robot, still MVP of the match. That streak will continue, but his alliance partner is just not putting up the same numbers. Javon 134 to Cone's 195, and Jose's 186 to Metal Jello's 119. So Brennan, not like he's doing anything wrong, just unlucky with the matchups that time. And the score, currently unofficial, but does stand now officially. And so 617 to 499. Cone will be happy with that. That might put him higher up in the seating. As a 4RP match for red, 1 RP to go home with for blue.
Yeah, it's gonna be really hard to combat the alliance that was red. Each member almost putting up 200 points there when you factor in climbs and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Be able to have
Exactly.
an alliance that's not just relying on one player. You see with the blue alliance, it does seem that way a little bit. Brennan almost double the points of Javon there.
And a
Definitely
big
can't be having
difference
that.
is actually the Cone to Javon difference. Not saying Javon was not playing impactful defense. He certainly was.
Definitely.
But Cone was just able to score so much that it negated the effect of, and I mean, Metal Jello on the Roboteers, that's probably the biggest red flag for me on the Blue Alliance, is when your Roboteers is your lowest contributor, but not for lack of trying. I think he just had a bit of issues with pathing and stuff that can be sorted out before his next match. So Metal Jello, they're going to be looking to reboot their strategy and come back strong for their next match, which shouldn't be too far away, but not this time for qualification match number 13. You do see rank number 1 still Brennan, but Cone is right up there now, and Nick. So the top 3, all very strong competitors. Looking at qualification 13, we have Space Turtle Bacon, who is in 4th, along with Tony versus Dakota, Jake, and C4678. So I think Blue Line's very even. Red Alliance is going to be relying on Bacon, and without further ado, let's get it underway. We're seeing a lot of double OG alliances coming up today, and I'm not sure how I feel about it, but I think Red Alliance does have a chance to make a good play of it. Tony, though, not getting 2 of those balls out of the trench. He's going to go back and try again, perhaps. Space Turtle waiting for the all clear before crossing the field. Does not want to risk making any contact with the opponents. Does pop the hopper, which is not ideal for the inertia to do, but Tony 1086 will come and try to clean up the field pretty quickly. Dakota trying to get the power cells where he can. We'll see if either one of them are able to fully capitalize on that premature inertia hopper pop from Space Turtle. And Space Turtle now will come back, see if he can penalize Dakota. Dakota was just out of the trench there, so did not look like they'll get the 25-point bonus from that. So 173 to 192. Your current scores, Blue Alliance has the lead. See a big cycle, and the Roboteers will extend that even further with 135 left. Responding for the Red Alliance is going to be Bacon, making his way across the field. A bit of miscommunication again between Tony and Bacon there. That's one thing that I think Bacon's needing to clear up through his matches, is communication with his teammates. Doesn't seem like everyone's on the same page of what's going on, where everyone's going to be where. But that one was a better pass over. Tony going through the rendezvous, Bacon going through the trench with those power cells going up, up, up for red. Blue Alliance continuing to extend as all 3 robots finishing off their cycle. 324 is 263 currently with a minute left is your score. Your momentary MVP is going to be Bacon. Looks like that was some spawn pinning that may need to be reviewed afterwards. That tech foul coming in on Dakota. As the match continues, though, with 360 or 375, Blue Alliance does still have the lead. 347 to 387 now, so only 40 points to make that 60 now after that cycle from Dakota, separating these 2 alliances. With 404 to 378, though, this is a big move here from Space Turtle, just holding or being held by Dakota. It's going to really hurt them, as that's your inertia, that's your defender. With 462 to 402, despite the tech foul, Blue Alliance just coming back stronger than ever. Jake doing a very good job, not to be understated on that OG right now. And as we look at the climb, Red has the opportunity to go for the color wheel, but instead will miss possibly both of the RPs. Not so sure that was the right play there. So we are just going to get that final score updated. Sounds like there were some adjustments for a spawn pin, so we're going to get that updated for you. But there we see it. it will be 581 to 479. So again, when someone is tech fouled immediately after respawning, they do not actually receive that tech. That's called spawn foul. Somewhere in your rulebook there, if you pull that up. So it's 479 to 581. Win for the 4 RP goes to Dakota, Jake, and C, and a 0 RP match from the Red Alliance when both were available to them. They didn't commit properly, and that's going to hurt them. And again, I think the communication issues that we've seen, like Bacon's putting up 288, that's all well and good. I think that would be minus 25 if you include the foul. It's all well and good, but you need to work with your teammates. And so we'll see the Blue Alliance, which was a little more even, just kind of held on and gets the extra ranking points for both RPs there. And we're hopping right into the qualification match number 14, Seagorms, Andrew, Dakota versus Luis, Brennan, and Cone. So we're going to see who gets the advantage out of auto on same composition of the robots from both alliances here. But looks like more power cells going in from the Red Alliance there by the slimmest of margins, and Blue has something to say about that. They put up one more just to take the lead for the time being, 125 to 124, and what's going to be a very good match. Again, Brendan and Cone tied on the RPs for that number 1 seed, so they both want to help each other out with a big match there, but Cone's going to be playing some defense that's going to make it pretty impactful. Red Alliance, though, no sweat, they're up to 182 to the 168 put up by the Blue Alliance. And as I say that, Cone and Louise responding with a volley of their own, 209 to 214, your current score, with Brennan on the Roboteers. Cone falling after he gets spawned. He'll need to reset himself again. So unfortunate there for the Blue Alliance. That's about the worst thing that can happen. Minus being spawn pinned. And we see Casey coming in a little late to the party and actually does get text there. That's the saving grace that the Blue Alliance really wanted. That's going to give them extra 25 points and didn't get there in time to play some significant defense. We see Casey looking for the hit on Brennan. Brennan says no thank you and will put up his own cycle while hanging out in his safe zone of the trench. We see Blue Alliance now looking to do the color wheel. Red Alliance has the opportunity, will not get there yet. Casey respawns, and Red Alliance now with Dakota is going for the color wheel. 366 to 297 now, and Cone looking like he's gonna get spawned out, and actually from that corner of the field still getting an outer as he was emptying out his hopper, which is pretty ridiculous, and that extra one is picked up by Luis on the Blue Alliance. 399 to 353. So currently Andrew's sitting there waiting, and that's not necessarily the best use of time if you're on the Red Alliance, but there were no other power cells to be found, so had to wait for the Blue Alliance scores of Kona and Luis and the Inertia and Oak to put them up. And Cone puts up 2 more. We see that the power port has the flashing lights. That means that both alliances right now do have the ability to do the extra final stage of the color wheel, and we're going to see with that as well. Red Alliance not going to mess around with it. Blue Alliance not going to mess around. With 5 seconds, everyone's going to be up. They want their extra RP, and the extra climb and balance will give Blue Alliance the win there. 244 points for Brennan, your match MVP, and 598 to 560, your unofficial score for qualification number 14. So if that score stands, Brennan will continue his streak as the MVP of his matches. I do have to give it, though, Casey putting up some very good defense there, holding Cone in the inertia scoring, but Dakota and Andrew not able to keep up with the scoring of Luis and Brennan. Just waiting on our official score before we show that recap to you. And with that score, we do see that the score is standing, so we are going to get your full breakdown for you. And 560 to 598 here going to be your final score. Again, 25 points in penalties, not what made the difference in the end. It was at the tally-up. 137 power cells going in for the Blue Alliance. Again, Brennan was your match MVP. That 8 power cells really making the difference. So with that, I mean, that's Cohen and Brennan are both going to be happy with their 4 RP match, and the Red Lions still did get 2. They walked away with that, which isn't going to be, you know, too bad as far as losses go. We do see that Brennan and Cohen hanging on to that 1 and 2 slot. Must be Brennan. The tiebreaker is autonomous points, so we must have that tiebreaker there. Nick 862, not too far behind, and will have an opportunity in 2 matches to get the field and put in his contest for it. And it's actually Dakota right now as our number 4, who is hanging out there. Not too far behind is Jake, C4678, Javelin, Seagarms, and Bacon in a big tie for 7th place. Kachow, Andrew, Luis, Jose, Space Turtle, Metal Jello, and Tony 1086. So that was, again, qualification match number 14 for you. We're almost halfway done now, as we're going to see qualification match number 15 loading up. We're going to see Seagorms back on the field here. Luis 1771, again, another quick one. Quick turnaround for them, and C4678, he's on the field now. With Red, we're going to be seeing them against Kachow, Tony, and Jose. So advantage to the Red Alliance based on experience alone, but anything can happen in XRC Sim. We can even get a prediction going in chat, because we are currently doing a... currently waiting for a few people to log on in. So Quals 15 winner. So that prediction is up for you all. Qualification match number 15. You can bet your power cells. So again, your alliances are going to be Seagorms, Luis 1771, and C4678 on red, Kachow, Tony 1086, and Jose Bobelli on blue. Yeah, make sure you get your predictions in. See, I would predict if I could, but as a mod of the stream, I can't. So you guys, I need to live vicariously through your predictions. And so, with this match getting underway, we did get some predictions in. Let's see who gets paid out as the countdown starts. We see all robots on the move. We have Triple OG again from the Blue Alliance. I'm not so sure about that one, but we'll see how that goes for them. Only person, and then you got Tribot on red. I think they've got the pretty heavy advantage here as they start 151 to 61. Chow just having a really tough autonomous period. She wasn't able to get any of her power cells up. Does do so now, though, and so with 2 minutes left in the match, big ask from the Blue Alliance, but Jose's going to do what he can to put up some power cells. And so, again, 1 minute 48. Both alliances, hope is not lost for something good to come of this match. Remember, no matter whether you win or lose, there are still 2 power cells in play for you, and you can take them through putting up, or there are 2 power cells in play for you. There's 2 ranking points, which you can get by putting up them power cells or by climbing in the end. So we'll see if the Blue Alliance is at least able to pull off some of that, because it looks like this match will be all over out of autonomous. So with 1 minute and 12 left, I'm interested to see how many power cells C can put up as the only Roboteers on the field. The Red Alliance may start to experience being ball-starved based on the pace of the Blue Alliance. We'll see if that ends up coming into play. But they are currently on track for a high-scoring match, having a current score of 423 to 260. 49 seconds left. We'll see how close they are to that ranking point. 34 seconds left on the clock, and we do see Red Alliance about to break that 500 part margin, I think, with this cycle coming in from Casey, Louise, and C. All of them having power cells, and there they do. They do break 500. Blue Alliance breaking 300. Looks like Red Alliance is going to get that color wheel activated. So looks like we're going to see a very nice looking 4RP match for the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance, on the other hand, a little bit of communication errors. Will they all get up on blue? And so with the clock hitting 0, our unofficial score is 52 to 374. There may have been a few techs in that match that helped boost the score of the Red Alliance, but again, we all saw the autonomous gap was significant. So that's kind of making some sense as to why it just kind of ran away from the poor Blue Alliance. So while we wait from the next match, we're gonna see qualification match 15 standing. So we'll take a look at these results in the breakdown. So 652 to 374. Again, that tech coming in an auto, and that was gonna be C4678, Casey and Luis. Jose, Chow, and Tony. Endgame score of 90 to 35. So again, the communication just not there for the Blue Alliance, and didn't end up getting that endgame, whereas the Red Alliance sailing high with that 652 4RP match. So previewing qualification match number 16 now. I think this is going to be another close one because we got Bacon, Metal Jello, and Jake 5468 versus Javelin, Space Turtle, and Nick. And I think the main thing that I would say if I was Red was we try and get Metal Jello on the, maybe the inertia robot, maybe the defensive role. I know personally I'm not good at any robot, and so I find inertia feels a little bit more comfortable because at least I know that I don't have to waste my time lining up, but Metal Jello is comfortable on it and will appear to hang with it for a little longer. So no inertias on the red side of the field versus the double inertias on the blue. So very different robot dynamics here. Colin, walk us through it. What's going to happen?
I don't know. I'm personally not a big fan of the double inertia strategy, but I'm also not sure that double OG and tiers is that much better. You just don't have that much support for defense or counter defense.
Especially with Javon on the opposite alliance.
Especially with Javon.
I think that's a pretty big mistake coming in tactically from the Red Alliance.
If you've played 6-mans, if you've played in these events before, you know that that's exactly what Javon's going to do, and we're already seeing that. Jake have to sacrifice those shots. He's taking the inners, and Bacon just getting absolutely bullied there. Jake leaving. Bacon got.
And while Red does have the lead for now, I would not be at all surprised. The biggest way that Red holds this is really if they bully Javon to taking some tech fouls.
Oh, definitely.
Otherwise, Javon is not going to go away without a fight. And we see him actually dragging Bacon for a little bit. So not only is Bacon missing his lineup, he's wasting so much time dealing with Javon, who then will just gladly scoop up the power cells that Red has just shot. So we do see Blue taking the lead for the first time in really this match, but I think from here, once they get it, they're going to snowball it. I don't think this is looking very good for Red.
Definitely. Javon's timing their cycles, so as soon as the OGs are there, he's there as well, just bullying them. Jake having to take those close shots, sacrificing the outers.
And even missing some of those close shots. Like, that's
exactly.
just... Oh, we do see tech come in at first of the match. That will bring Red right back in. This Space Turtle getting teched out, going for a steal. So I think, if Blue doesn't play greedy, they have it strategically based on the robot composition. But I think mistakes like that could still cost them. It's going to be closer than I think we're expecting.
Definitely, and Red's got that stage 1 control panel that just went up. They spun it. They're moving on to the next of it. Bacon, a high score on the Red Alliance. Not the tiers. It's not something we see all the time, but it's certainly not unexpected, especially with.
And I'm surprised we see them play counter defense for one another. That's a very old strategy that is common when you have the double OG composition. Is playing counter defense.
Definitely.
And these ones are literally going toe for toe there. They were scoring at the exact same time, and it's now 404 to 393. As Red has regained their advantage for a brief moment, but Blue right back in it after that tech foul. And again, I think if there wasn't the tech, this match would be a lot closer. So Endgame can still shake this one up. And we see Metal Jello going nice and early. Blue as well, not going to screw around with it. We're seeing with 2 seconds left, Red maybe missing that climb, but does get there in the end. And it is just one power cell worth of points that are going to make the difference. And in a close match like that, I mean, I think Javon, Nick, and Space Turtle got lucky in the end because they didn't, because they still came back after that tech. That tech could have totally thrown the match, and instead, it is official. It is going to be a 3-point victory for the Blue Alliance in a match that was theirs to lose. They nearly did, but in the end, that tech foul was just not enough for Red to stay in it. I mean, the auto actually, I didn't realize how poor of an
88
auto Blue
points there.
Alliance
Yeah, they were
had.
hurting coming out of auto there. Down
So
like
not only did they
25
have to come
points.
back and tally up once from the auto, they had to come back twice from the penalty, and were just able to do that. You see a graph that shows the tale of 2 different strategies coming to one culmination in a very exciting match. And that is going to be quals number 16 in the books. We are now officially halfway through qualification rounds, and we're going to look now at qualification match number 17. Cacao, Seagorb, and Brennan versus Javelin, Tony, and Jake, who's now back in blue bumpers, back on the field for a match back-to-back.
Looks like we're waiting on some from the Blue Alliance to join the field. So while we do that, we're going to take a quick look at our rankings here. Not much has been shaken up. Brennan and Cone and Nick still holding the top 3, and we see Dakota in that number 4 position. C not too far behind, a very strong tiers player in number 5. But let's look at the bottom a little bit. Some interesting players we have down there. Andrew is ranked number 11. Definitely one of the best tiers in SRC right now, and certainly definitely one of the better ones at this event. It's weird to see him in such a low position, but these ranks definitely can still change a lot. We are only halfway through qualifications. Everyone's played 6 of their matches so far. Looks like we have all 6 robots on the field. We're going to go ahead and kick things off. On the Red Alliance, we have Brennan, Casey, and Kachao. And on the Blue Alliance is Jake, Javon, and Tony. I do believe this is qualification match number 17. Indeed it is, and we are off. Coming out of Autonomous, Red does have a little bit of a lead. Blue putting in some of these last points from that cycle. Jake getting teched with a full hopper and pinned, trying to get some of those balls over to somewhere they can pick it up. He does end up just shooting a few out the side of the field. Those points are definitely going to be hurting that cycle, taking about 10 seconds longer and 25 points less than he wanted it to, what he originally went in for that steal. Definitely gutsy move, and you certainly need one of your alliance partners to help you out there, kind of puppy guard and make sure nobody else gets to you while you are touching that triangle. It's very sensitive, very easy to get teched there. The Red Alliance holding the lead decently well out of auto. 240 to 208. Brennan the high score, 112. Casey not too far behind, 94, as the cycling inertia. Typically, inertia isn't a very strong cycling robot. They typically play a lot of defense and counter defense because of the turret. They can kind of do things really quickly. But Casey has refined the art of cycling with inertia, putting up 200 points several times during 6 mans, and I believe once or twice at this event already. And that big steal there, all the way in their trench. Javon clueless to what's happening behind them. Another steal from Casey, 137 points, outscoring everyone on the Blue Alliance right now. 403, 354, 37 seconds remain. Red Alliance looking to get that last control panel ranking point, and there it is up. All they need to do is now spin it, put the white slice of the pie on the line, and that's their 3rd ranking point, assuming they win the match. And then of course they'll need the climbs, the 65 endgame points. Kachao lining up to climb, Brennan getting the control panel there. Casey and Javon with a little bit of a spat over there. We'll see if it was perfectly legal. All robots up on red. Very nicely done. Match is over. 593, 476 unofficial. we wait for it to be confirmed, this is qualification match number 17. Brennan with 248 points, Casey with 185 as the cycling inertia, and Kachaup definitely pulling their weight there, 125, not too far behind Javon, who is a very strong player.
Yeah, and we see Brennan holding that streak too, eh? He continues to have his match MVP record.
He's doing certainly very well on that. Another 4 RP match for him. Let's take a look at rankings with that. That's going to move him slightly above Cone with a 3.57 ranking score. He has played one more match than Cone, so Cone definitely can still grab that number 1 position. But you do have to ask, is the number 1 position really where you want to be when we get to alliance selection?
And so, I mean, here we'll also see too, dynamics are a big thing. If you force, that number 1 seed to pick someone who they may not want to, if you force them, for example, by declining them, which we did see a little bit of in some of our previous events, I mean, that could shake up our alliance selection even further. And so we're seeing a qualification match number 8 prediction. You got a few seconds left in chat to put it in. And looking at these players, could go either way. We're going to see Metal Jello, Jose, and Dakota versus Nick, Steve, and Andrew. Could go either way. I say that, but it's definitely favoring the Blue Alliance. And so as all matches get underway, I mean, it helps when the Blue Alliance is down a member. That's going to be a big advantage for the Red Alliance. We're seeing interesting stuff going down on the field right now as all 6 robots are moving around in some regard.
Blue Alliance did not have all of its players on the field when the match started, so we're going to be replaying.
All right, sounds good. So that means our match will be replayed in just in a few moments. So obviously you want to have all 6 robots prepared, and when you see one drop out instantly, LOL, no one was prepared. And so now with all 6 proper players on the field, we are going to get this match underway. No worries, just give them a bit of practice with their autonomous modes, as we're going to see with 2 minutes and 22 seconds on the clock, our first shots going off from the Blue Alliance. Red Alliance will respond with some shots of their own, and at the end of the promise, it is advantage towards the Blue Alliance, for real this time, 114 to 106. And so, 202, we're seeing some interesting strategies. We're seeing, Metal Jello, I think they're feeling good with this Roboteers. Looking like they can complement their lines well. So we got Dakota on Inertia, Jose on OG. We'll see who ends up scoring the most out of that. What'll be really good is if the Roboteers will be your max scorer on your alliance. That's generally what you want. And big contact coming in from Jose there, hitting his partner. Not really what you want to do. And instead of contesting C, who went for that big steal, Metal Jello did elect to go to the Hopper and leaving the power cells on the field, but that is okay. C will take much advantage of that, and it will be advantage towards the Blue Alliance here. 274 to 230 points with 1 minute and 17 left. We do see that the Blue Alliance and Red Alliance both may activate the stage of the color wheel. No one there yet. We do see now Dakota there for Red Alliance, and it looks like it will be, it's been dealt with for Blue as well. So with 1 minute left on the clock, we'll see if either alliance is able to get those extra ranking points for the time being. See, another steal. He's been getting a lot of these off. Metal Jello just not contesting him. That looks like it could be a 5 power cell steal if he gets out in time, and he does. Jose not able to challenge him in time. 419 to 338 as C putting up a cycle. Nick trying on that OG is struggling with Dakota's defense, but will end up getting power cells in the end and is able to activate that final stage of the color wheel for Blue. Looks like Andrew's going to do that now, so that'll be an extra RP for them at the end of the match, no matter what happens in the rendezvous at the end. Red Alliance also able to do the same if the Blue Alliance can, coordinate themselves, and we'll see if that will work for the Red Alliance. With 15 seconds left, we see Metal Jello trying to do it. Dakota saying, no worries, I'll take over. Just after having difficulties, we'll see people instead try to line up for the climbs. Looks like Blue Alliance is up. We'll see if Red Alliance gets up as well. And with the clock striking 0, unofficial score 627 to 517, with 2 robots over 200-point contribution. Nick almost there, not quite. We are going to see the score, just checking that out, watching it. We see that it stands, and that means we're going to get a better look at our breakdown now. And so 517 to 627, we'll take a look at the extra RPs. We know that Blue got at least the 2 for the climb. Well, I mean, it looks like Blue got the 4 RP, but also coming in at the last second, so did Red. They missed the balance, but they did get the climbs and the color wheel at the end. They will get 2 ranking points to go home with. So not a bad consolation prize, all things considered. So, I mean, here we see Red Alliance had the advantage at the beginning, but just was not able to hold on to it. At about 30 seconds into the match, it went to Blue and just hung out that way the whole way down. Not too unexpected when you've got Nick, Andrew, and C on the same level. Still impressive nonetheless, coming back from a... They were never down. I'm not totally sure. I read the draft wrong. I don't know how to read drafts. I'm in 4th year mechanical engineering. I don't need to know how to read drafts. What are you talking about? So, filling out the prediction. No one gets anything, except for their own points back, because nobody gets anything, because the Blue Alliance won. So, 10 channel points given to 0 viewers. Congratulations, 0 viewers. You get 10 power cells to keep in your inventory. I hope that makes you feel good as I talk to the void. And so looking at qualification match number 19, again, continuing to check a lot. This one's going to be another good one. We've got 2 very experienced players on both alliances. We've got Bacon V1771 and C4678 on red, Cone, Space Turtle, and Seagorms on blue. So Space Turtle and definitely, closer in experience levels to each other than they are to their own partners, but there's definitely possibilities there. And so, taking a look, we get that early look at the Blue Alliance robot distribution. We're gonna have, looks like two inertias versus Cone, or 2 inertias versus Cone. I mean, they'll be going for the high score. Should go to Cone, but 2 inertias and a Cone versus 2 inertias and a piece. Interesting to actually see the double inertia on both sides, eh?
Yeah, it seems like double inertia is becoming a little bit more popular as the event goes on here.
I'm surprised to some extent as to who's going on that OG. Especially, and there we do see actually changing their mind. Red Alliance is going to go with Tribot. That makes a little bit more sense. Mm-hmm. I think C is definitely more comfortable on that robot than he is on the inertia. And so, with robots lining up for their autonomous period, we'll see who's able to take early advantage. Despite changing the rule to allow for more crossing the line, we're not seeing a lot of people go through with it because it's just so risky to do. Again, if you do it wrong, you can get up to 75 points in fouls for a single hit. So, unsurprising, and we do see a very close autonomous mode at 117 to 113. So that's 1 auto power cell in the inner port, separating these 2 alliances, and we'll see who's able to hold on, if Red is able to come back from that. Currently, they do have the advantage. by 2 points, but then as I say, that Cone's got a full hopper, and he's putting those up as the OG in for the Blue Lions. Does travel away with 1 power cell still in his robot, so might have thought the the jam might not have been worth the time, and does get back for a very full cycle, which Casey will complement once he finishes filling up his hopper. Current score is 201. We've got 216 now to 226. So the score now in favor of the Blue Lions, but by a slim margin, so still could go anyone's way. And we saw Bacon trying to go for the steal against the Blue Alliance, but unable to really capitalize on that. So with 115 left, it is still advantage red, but only by 10 power cells or so. And it looks like miscommunication from the Red Alliance on who was spinning the color wheel. We saw both Bacon and Luis doing that. And now Cone going under the trench, going straight into Bacon, saying, maybe I can take you for a ride, and Bacon will get respawned across the field. Space Turtle will also potentially get respawned across the field, but it is Blue Alliance advantage for now, and Red now taking it with 45 seconds left. So this match going back and forth as you look at that graph. Incredibly close thus far. So 37 seconds left. We'll see. There's a lot of power cells on the blue side of the field that perhaps the Red Alliance will try and go for, but they've been focusing mostly on a strategy that revolves around C, your primary scorer. Bacon very close to getting teched out there, but does not get G10 or G11 violation. And we're going to see C with a big cycle on the Roboteers make his way across the field. 404 to 388 current score. Blue, all 3 robots scoring in the last 10 seconds, so it's going to come down to the wire here. Bacon, a few more power cell shots. C, a few more power cell shots. Will Luis get into the center for the climb as the robots go up at the end? It did not all work for Red. They did not get up, and that means that after such a back and forth match, Red choking at the very end, and there is going to be a 530 to 477. That's about a 60-point gap compared to what we saw. It was going back and forth between 10 the whole way. That's insanely close at the end. And so again, climbs are important. As you see, they're worth so much. Again, each climbing robot or robot considered hanging is worth 25 points. Parks are only worth 5, so the difference there is pretty significant. Qualification match number 19 will stand. So after a close back and forth match, Blue Lions ultimately coming out victorious there, 530 to 477. Clean match, but the end game 55 to 90, very significant. We'll take a look as well. Bonus ranking points, 1 for Blue, none for Red. So unfortunately for Red Lions, empty-handed that time around, and I think that comes into play with just lack of prioritization of the end game. They were coming in with all 3 coming in with less than 5 seconds. That just isn't going to cut when you need, that confidence. And so with qualification match number 19 done, we can move now to looking at match number 20, which is going to feature Space Turtle, Brennan 4476, and Jose Bobelli versus Cone, Dakota, and Jake. So we are seeing here, we got 2 of our red players here. Brennan's on Roboteers. Unsurprising, he's going to be needing to put up a big cycles for his alliance if they want to have a chance at the win here. Space Turtle probably going to come in on the inertia to try-bot for the red alliance. Whereas we got Dakota on Roboteers, Jake on OG, and Code on the inertia. So just waiting for Space Turtle to be there, and there we see it in the center on the inertia as expected for the Red Alliance. And so as this match gets all set to go, we will see The dash towards the rendezvous zone. Space Turtle, a little bit of difficulty picking up power cells. Can be difficult with that bar that you have to climb over. The inertia, sometimes they want to spit them out, but does get them in the end. The big controversy there was Cone, who tried very hard to get those 2 power cells at the end of the red trench, did not do so. Only was able to escape with 1. So advantage red, 128 to 120, and we already see Cone playing some pretty irritating defense if you're a Red Alliance member, with 161 to 152. Both of the scoring robots for red really getting in there. And Brennan on the Roboteers making a difference in the defensive department. Didn't spit out his 1 power cell that he did have in his hopper. A little bit of a minor oversight, but instead will make his way back to playing some more defense. So interesting to see the Roboteers playing the primary defensive function. Not necessarily something we see every day, but he's now back and he's ready to score. A big cycle coming in because Jake 5468 is scoring for the Blue Alliance, and 231 to 228. So this one is close. I was about to say closer than something, but I couldn't think of closer than what. 246 to 228. Cone getting in late for the hit on Jose. Jose able to get away with it, and will go for the color wheel. So Blue Alliance activating theirs, I assume, with Jake as well. Yes, they do. And Jose just finishing that off for red. Brennan 4476, bid cycle on the Roboteers. Coming in for Red Alliance, 312 to 283 as Cone now looking for power cells wherever he can find them. Blue Alliance might be struggling to find some as we see them all really lined up on the red side of the field. Cone going in for the hits on Jose. Jose will get that counter defense with Space Turtle. A few power cells do miss, but the majority will go in, and both Brennan and Jose able to get their cycle off. Despite this, Dakota and Jake are putting in the work there. They are up now 405 to 355. Would not be surprised if a tech foul occurred. And as I say, Cone gets teched himself, which is a really big mistake there for the Blue Alliance. Cone also going for the steal, will escape that one. And Space Turtle now playing defense on the Red Alliance. That's a really tricky spot he's in, but just gets away with it. 439 to 446, 17 seconds left. Remember, too, each time they go through the rendezvous zone, an additional 5 points are added. Blue Alliance has completed the color wheel. Red Alliance has completed the color wheel, so we'll see them go up for climbs at the end. In theory, it'll go to the Blue Alliance if they all climb perfectly, but are they going to? It appears 1 point. Oh my goodness, the climbs just making the difference. Red Alliance, after such a close back and forth match, sealing the deal with a single point. We'll see who got up, who did not. But right now, the score breakdown we're going to see here soon. I mean, 590 to 587, literally the closest match you could get, and it all came down to the last second there for the Red Alliance to take that. Blue Alliance, we saw them cycling at the very end. They were trying to get it back. And with that, the match will stand, ladies and gentlemen. The 1 point match win coming off that tech foul scored by Cone. Well, scored on Cone. Making the difference there, throwing it in the Red Alliance's favor. Extra RPs all around. All of the extra RPs were earned, but it's going to be Brennan, Jose, and Space Turtle with the win. Dakota, Cone, and Jake second. Brennan does lose his streak of being the match MVP. He loses that to Dakota by a single point. So that record does die in match number 20, but our closest match yet is there, and that's going to be 3.6 ranking score for Brennan, who needed to beat Cone and extend that advantage. He did so by the skin of his teeth. And so off of that exciting match, we're going to turn now to a different dynamic with Kachow, Javelin, and Andrew versus Tony, Bacon, and Metal Jello. And this is going to be, I think, another interesting strategy-focused match. When you've got these players here who maybe are a little less tried and true than our 6 players from qualification match number 20, anything can happen. And of course, when you've got Javelin in there with his defense, he can really mess with whatever your plans might be. And so initial indicators are that we're going to have Tribot from Red Alliance. Bacon's on the OG for blue. We'll see what Metal Jello and Tony log in as. Again, would not be surprising to see Metal Jello on the Roboteers and possibly Tony on the Inertia. That's what I know I would do if I was looking at this match. So again, just waiting for 2 more to log into the field for qualification match number 21. Or Bacon could just do this as 1v3. I guess that's also an option, but an unadvisable one at that. Looks like they may just be having some issues uploading into the field on the blue side. We do see, we got Tony, 1086, he's on the OG, and so I think we may see a double OG Robo Tears again. I'm not sure if by the tone of my voice you can tell how I feel about that, but I know that it is not what I would do. Hello, Andrew, I see you hanging out there in the low goal. Little reset himself.
As unadvisable as I think it would be, I would love to see a triple OG match. A little bit of a throwback.
We've seen enough. I think we've seen enough.
No, there just can't be enough triple OG until every match is triple OG. I want to go back to Test Event 1.
Oh geez, not Test Event 1.
Test Event 1. It's my only win. I'll hold it near and dear to my heart.
Fair enough. Well, perhaps. I believe you're playing at the next event, right?
No, I am one and done this season, unfortunately.
Well, that seems unfortunate indeed.
It is. I had a great time at my event the previous weekend, SRC Regional. Ton of fun. Wish I could have played playoffs. And we are still waiting on that third blue robot.
Maybe they're trying to convince him that, we need that triple OG.
That definitely could be it. We might need to be nudging them in the right direction here. It could be the difference between a loss and an even bigger loss, or maybe a win.
Maybe a win or an even bigger win.
Exactly.
I think if you have three OGs, you insta win, right?
We're not even thinking big enough here.
So again, just waiting on Metal Jello to load into the field. Awesome, thank you for the subscription, and we do have Metal Jello on the field, so fantastic timing all around. We will be getting this match underway in just a second here.
I'm pretty sure the subs summoned Metal Jello to the field.
We will find out here. I think that's got to be how it went. And we are going to see, as this match does get started, we're going to see Contact in the Rendezvous Zone. That could be like the name of an album. If someone made a movie.
In the Rendezvous.
Meet Me in the Rendezvous, a rom-com movie featuring SRC Sim.
Meet Me in the Rendezvous. Sounds like something Nick would say.
108 to 81, your current score here. So Red does have the advantage. We don't see the triple OG, so it is going to be one Robo Tears and a sea of OGs for the Blue Alliance, as they do get that cycle off, though. As poor Bacon trying to get a cycle off, just being harassed by Javon. That Bacon is overcooked. He did finally get it off, though, don't worry. And Tony left alone to cycle. That is a luxury when you've got Javon on your opposite alliance. Right now, 186 to 137, your points. So 217 to 173, current Sports Red Alliance does have the advantage with 1 minute 30. And what they're going to be going for here is we saw Metal Jello waiting at the human player station for Kachow to get her cycle off. She does do so and will actually activate the next stage of the color wheel once she gets all lined up. The Blue Alliance just getting there as well. We see Metal Jello going for that after finishing their cycle. Javon putting up some power cells for the Red Alliance, adding to their total lead here, 304 to 271. as the power cell's going up, up, up for the Red Alliance there. Andrew, big cycle of zone, misses 2 of them. Tech foul, Bacon getting teched will not help the Blue Alliance's case here. You know what would have helped their case? An inertia. 386 to 319, your current score with 376 on the board with for Red Alliance. With 35 seconds left, it looks like this one's probably swinging that way, but Blue Alliance does have the ability to come back here if they are able to have a massive end game. So don't count them out just yet. Looks like Blue Alliance is also able to activate that final stage of the color wheel. Red Alliance having already done so soon. Javon will have to reset himself as he did tip. We're going to see Andrew going to clean up the color wheel with 10 seconds left. He does have a full hopper that he will not shoot, but it should not matter. This match, big climbs happening all around, and it does come down to 40 points between the two officials, 579 to 538.
So, do you think the Blue Alliance could have walked away with a possible win here had they gone with a different robot layout?
I definitely think so. I think Metal Jello on the Roboteers only scoring 112 was part of the problem. For them just not able to have that high scoring or power under defense, especially when you know Javon is your opponent. Ultimately, without the tech foul, they still kept it close. But the tech foul by Bacon, silly mistake, happens to everyone. But they were down in auto. They had a better teleop, but again, I think the inertia was out a lot.
Rankings getting a little bit more solidified. That was qualification match number 21 we just completed. 11 more to go, 2/3 of the way through this event, and Brennan holding strong that number 1 position. Doesn't have that 4.0 ranking score like we saw earlier in the competition, but 3.62 is certainly definitely still going to stand out there and a strong position to be in.
I mean, there's nowhere better to be than that first seed in most cases, and he'll have his pick of the litter when it comes to first robot. But also, you know, in some cases, we have seen some people struggle to get a pick that they like on the back end. So, you know, maybe if you're a Cone or a Nick, you're thinking we can screw over Brennan. Always a fun thing to mess with your number 1 seed, but they might think it's also their best path to victory. So there's a lot of different, you know, a lot of different ways that this could go. Alright, and so with this match underway, qualification match number 2, we are going to have Dakota, Nice, Space Turtle versus Casey, Kachao, and Nick. And all 6 of these players going to be playing their hearts out now. It could be a close one indeed. We see Casey on the inertia, unsurprisingly. Kachao, she's on OG. Nick with the Roboteers, so Tribot advantage, I would say, to the Blue Alliance, but Luis, Dakota, and Space Turtle on a double Roboteers makeup. Could be quite interesting to see how they handle the climb block of Casey. He's got his climber up and will block shots from Space Turtle. Dakota's going to go far just to compensate for that. And Casey now will opt to go for an offensive cycle, recognizing that he's messed with Space Turtle all he can, and actually getting teched out will bring the Red Alliance right back in this, 177 to 178. So we're seeing cycles come in. Nick's going to do whatever he can to cycle, but to cycle, you need power cells available to you. So it'll be an interesting mix to see when we want to, you know, when do they want to score? When do they want to start? All of these different options. 230 to 220 or 34 now, so 5-point gap between these two alliances. And Space Turtle going in for the hit, playing a little bit of defense there, and Dakota with the far shots. Chaos in the trench zone as we see Luis, Dakota, and Space Turtle were all going for the, you know, that one protected zone. And we are going to see Space Turtle now with a cycle of their own, recognizing Casey is no longer challenging them at the end of every cycle. That's actually a pretty interesting tactic, you know, recognizing that maybe they, you know, maybe Casey hasn't noticed that they're not all shooting far and will go close for this next cycle. And we see, again, now Casey's focusing on the offensive strat, which I think is the best case scenario if you're red. They're down by 25 for now. Casey's also about to get respawned, which loses his hopper. He did end up getting most of them shot over to the right side. And Casey now going back for that defense, having recognized that they're going back to close shots. Luis will, contest that. Will try to get in the way. And now that Casey's doing that again, advantage back to blue, 418 to 397. Kachao putting in some good stuff. She's lining up to climb particularly early, which I think is fair, knowing that Nick and Casey are going to be coming in last second, wanting to make sure she's in the right position with 7 seconds left. So after holding it close for quite a while, Red was not able to hang on. They were able to screw with it a little bit. Might have missed the climbs, might have still been able to get the balance, having those 2 heavier Roboteers robots. We'll see for them if they're able to hold on, but if not, that'll have some interesting implications. And as that match stands, we are going to see the official breakdown. Red also had the opportunity, by the way, it's important to note they had the opportunity to go for the RP for the color wheel, didn't do so. Blue Alliance did get that for the color wheel, but did not get all their climbs up. So it's 527 to 457 as our official score. That will be 3 RP for blue, none for red this time round. So unfortunate for Dakota, Space Turtle, and Luis, who are looking pretty solid at points in this match and just weren't able to hold it all the way through. And again, we can talk about it. I don't think that was the right match composition. I think Red Alliance would have benefited from
Yeah, I did want to talk about that a little bit. Dakota and Space Turtle it was on tiers, correct?
Correct.
So it forced Dakota to take those long shots and eat the points that they would have gotten from an inner, as opposed to the outers that he was hitting. It's really difficult to hit those inners. When you do, it's a nice thing, but there's no way currently to consistently do it without wasting like 20 seconds lining up.
And if they were gonna, unless you're Nick 860.
Well, he's not every player, but yeah.
Exactly. And so, something that I do want to note is if you're gonna do that, that means you're probably committed to trying to get the color wheel.
Mm-hmm.
And that means if you're trying to commit to doing the color wheel, you need to make sure someone goes and does the color wheel.
Absolutely.
So leaving that up at the end of the match was a big oversight in terms of the Red Lions. I think they should have known that they weren't going to win based on how the match was going. Mm-hmm. Once it started drastically not going their way. So that kind of, to me as a player, that was a bit of a red flag when they opted to instead try and get the climbs and then miss the climbs. You can do both. If you think you're going to lose, you can have someone working on it up until the very last second, and you can have the 2 climbs. And if you're the best player doing the color wheel at the end, you can even maybe get both. So we'll start previewing this next match. Should be a good one indeed. We'll see Luis, Andrew, and Jake versus Cone, Metal Jello, and Brennan. So, Red Alliance, pretty even, I'd say, in terms of capabilities compared to the Blue Alliance. But if Brennan's performing like he's performing today, which is at the top of his game, he might be in a bit of trouble. We do see Brennan going for the OG, Metal Jello on the Roboteers still. That I would argue is possibly the best case scenario for the Red Alliance. How you're feeling about this, Colin?
I think if Brennan continues to do what he's been doing all day, it should be a win for the Blue Alliance. But Andrew is certainly not a player to be passed up on. He's very strong in that tiers position, especially when he has teammates that can kind of see what he's doing, be aware when he's trying to get through the rendezvous zone, and also stopping the other team, the other alliance, from preventing him from doing that.
We do see Red does not have an inertia, and Luis does struggle in autonomous mode. Cone did get most of the power cells that were supposed to be his, and really mess around with those at the beginning of the match. So 120 to 113. I think the extra power cells that Blue got from that did end up making the difference there. We're going to see 138 to 116 as some of those power cells get counted from the end of Brennan's cycle. And we're seeing Metal Jello and Brennan fighting over the same power cells. Brennan does get priority there as they're primary scorer, and Luis getting bullied around by Cone on the inertia.
Yeah, Andrew's down to his second cycle already, and Luis is still coming back from auto. Just Cone held him in the rendezvous zone for longer than he should have. And Jake being forced to take the close shots, Luis kind of playing counter D, Cone bowling them a little bit, and Andrew just waiting for power cells to fall into his hopper to send into the back of that goal.
And so what we're seeing here is a match that's close.
Oh,
Tech foul coming in from Cone is going to make this a heck of a lot closer. And as those points get added to red, we are going to see 290,
Definitely.
274. So we're seeing a 109 seconds. I mean a minute left. But Red Alliance holding the lead for a little bit. Brennan's going to put up a cycle. He has something to say about that. But oh my goodness, that's a lot of power cells on the blue side of the field going to the Reds Alliance zone. Jake doesn't even go for them because he knows that they're safe now.
Yeah.
You know, that's a luxury that not often, that's a luxury that not often is something that's just granted to you. And the Red Alliance will say, yes, please. I want more of that. 418 to 390 right now.
Yeah, and they're definitely going to take the lead here. Cone bowling Luis and Jake kind of at the same time. They both have to commit to him. He does get reset, but I mean, Jake kind of playing defense on his own teammate there, stopping him from going through the rendezvous. And that's what I meant about the importance of being aware of your teammates and where they might going, especially giving priority to the robo tiers, especially when they got that full hopper, getting close to the end of the game. You need those control panel points.
Yeah, and that's what I was expecting to see. We saw Brennan going for that, one of your close climbers. Oh my goodness, a missed climb at the end. We'll see what happens there, because Blue Alliance should have had that. That match is going to, believe, go under review, confirmed by our referee. So this match is going to be under review because it looked like, the Blue Alliance should have had that, but then just at the end, all falling apart. But I do want to commend doing the strategy of having in qualifications, you don't necessarily need to do it in the limbs, but having someone go for that control panel that can climb late to make sure you can get, as best odds at getting those 2 RP as possible. Because if you climb and you have both people climb on both corners of the bar, you still probably get the balance, and then you can have someone slide in the middle. And I hope you enjoy our, oh boy, we do have a call being made, so we're just going to get that final score done for you.
So it seems the Red Alliance will be getting 35 more points?
I will just wait until the referee gives us the point breakdown, makes it easier.
Plus 35 for red.
Alright, so officially, just update the score for you. It is going to be a Red Alliance victory with an additional 35 points and a ranking point assigned to the Red Alliance for climb defense assigned as well. We did see the Blue Alliance robot falling in the end of the field. Again, it makes sense. I just don't want to call it as our game announcers until we have the final call from the referees, and so they are going to get that ranking point with a 90-point end game. So that's going to be a 4 RP match for the Red Alliance. Blue does get the 1/4 control panel in the end. Does miss the climb, as we saw the one robot falling off at the end. It happens. But unfortunate for the Blue Alliance, as they did keep it close the whole way through and might be regretting some of those plays. So, that's qualification match 23 in the books. We're going to try speeding along now to qualification match number 24 with Tony, Nick, Vaughn versus Jose, C, and Bacon. Another good match coming up. I'm excited to see. I got on red, Fame on blue. And so, as the match gets underway, we are going to see first scores going in the Red Alliance's favor. We'll see if they hold that at the end of Autonomous. And we do see Jose crossing the line before the end of Autonomous. This is legal now. I want to remind you that that is a legal maneuver. That's an updated rule from last week. So as a legal maneuver, the penalty for contact is still there and is still costly, but was able to get away with it and does still have the lead for now, 166 to 147. So right now, advantage still to the Blue Alliance, but Nick, Javon, and Tony not to be underrated, especially when you've got Nick on that Robocheers, and he has a full hopper. He's going to be lining up for some closer shots, so we're seeing him go back to the close side. It's going to be 229 to 219. Spread starting to work their way back, and Javon just giving Blue Alliance a difficult time there. Both Jose and Bacon had to struggle with that, and does eventually back off, lets them get their cycle. Not sure if that was the right play. Having the inertia pop the hopper. Nick's going to be there right away anyway, so Blue doesn't have an opportunity to steal. But that was an interesting call by Javon. Would have personally stayed there a little bit longer, but it does mean that Red Alliance is in this one now, 279 to 279. So Javon here playing with Jose as Bacon's able to get his scores off. And we do see Nick. Interesting, one early shot coming in, but the rest of them did go in and did get the color wheel on his way. So multitasking man here. 315 to 338. Right now, Blue Alliance, again, still with the lead. Blue having just finished their color wheel opportunity. We'll see if Red Alliance is able to get to that soon for that final stage. And we are going to see Jose gets it respawned just by the skin of his teeth there. Will end up, again, 0 points for that, but does make it difficult. And there's a lot of power cells on the field here, and this is going to really swing the match here. Availability, especially at the end, to do close cycles from Blue. Yes, please. So Red Alliance, I don't think they've now just hit the requirement for that power cell count, and we see Nick trying to do that now. He's going to line up for a far cycle, because that's being the Roboteers, you get to do that, and with 5 seconds left, you can't do the climbs. We'll see. It looks like they may have lost it at the end. Looks like that was Tony that didn't climb. So 566 to 522 unofficially. Blue Alliance just hanging on there. This match is under review as well, so we'll take a look at that. But for now, it is advantage to the Blue Alliance. But Javon, Nick, and Tony, like Nick's final cycle, really well done. I think that's one of my favorite plays is when you get that, you get your color wheel done, and you get a cycle, and you climb, and it lasts like 10 seconds. I just love watching Nick play sometimes. It's, envy, but also really, really exciting. So, we're the Red Alliance. What do you think you could even do differently to face the Blue Alliance? Like, it seems like a pretty clean match.
It definitely does. I mean, Nick is definitely doing what he needs to be doing. 242. That's definitely why he has that number 1 position right now. I think that all you can ask for is just a few more points from your secondary robots, Javon and Tony there.
And I think if Tony climbs too, that does make a big difference. But we will see 55 and 55. So both alliances do miss that ranking point. We'll take a look at if either got the bonus. That should update for me in just a second. And both do get 1 ranking point to walk away with. Both completing that color wheel requirement with 132 and 145 power cells respectively. So, I mean, here it was just telling. They didn't have it. And despite Nick's valiant effort, MVP of the match, just Alliance Partners unable to keep up with what was needed to compete with Bacon and C. And that just meant that it was not possible for them this time around. But that does not mean they are down. Speaking of our rankings, take a look.
Yeah, that 1 ranking point match really hurting Nick there. He was in that number 1 position, just above Brennan before this match at about 3.4, and you see it dropped him down to 3.1. Still matches to be played, each player with 9 matches played at the moment. So
And we do see Nick about to be right back on the field. So hopefully he can shake off that loss. Maybe he gets some, his famous chalky raisins and
oh boy.
and gets going. But right now, it's going to be C4678, Tony 1086, and Cone versus Luis 1771, Javelin and Nick 862. So again, just waiting for one more player to log in. But Nick, I mean, he put up a lot on the Roboteers last time, and if he can do that again, they should be okay. He'll have to outscore C, and he still have to outscore Tony, Javon, and Cone. That's going to be a bit tricky, so it'll be interesting to see who's able to hold on for just a moment, or hold on this match and take the win. Nick really wanting those RP ranking points back. I mean, either winner could take it as a 4 RP match easily. So let's see it get underway. The race to the rendezvous. Tony getting the full, oh boy, big issue for Blue Lights.
Oh
Luis
boy.
getting stuck under the trench. Oh no. Just gonna get back, but not in time for auto.
0
That's gonna
points in
hurt the
auto.
blue. Yeah, that's gonna hurt the Blue Alliance a lot. But still plenty of time for them to come back. But that was a big, tactical mistake from them. Maybe going a little bit too greedy and trying to go for the full trench. Should have maybe just put 3 instead. 183 to 114. So right now, this one's looking pretty comfortable for red. Probably better than they would have imagined. With 195, make that 217 now to 165. So Nick's about to start putting in the work, and instead Red's ball starving it for now. He does have a full hopper, but had to kind of scrounge for it instead of getting and popping it. Vaughn's going to give Tony a little bit of a difficult time here, and get in Cone's way too, so a double whammy will bring them back to contention here. See if they can even perhaps get Cone to respawn. He does have a pretty big circle, but doesn't sit his power shell spots.
Yeah.
Blue Alliance finally able to activate that next stage.
I think the key players to be looking out for here are actually the difference in how these inertias are going to be playing. C and Nick are neck and neck with each other with those. Oh,
a
attack from Lewis.
Not going to help the Blue Alliance.
Ouch.
He's already struggling.
Definitely. But, yeah.
And so what I was just saying is you can take a look at the breakdown here. We've got Nick 145, C4678, 163. So actually outscoring Nick right now on the Roboteers. Cone, though, to Javon, that's like a 60-point difference, and that's massive.
Absolutely, yeah. And Javon typically playing that more defensive position, especially when you can bully Tony a lot. And you see them bullying Cone.
Cone tapped out. They don't get him teched, though. They only get him respawned. Nice try, but right now with 24 seconds left, it is falling apart for the Blue Alliance. Just nothing they can do right now with
both alliances putting up the color wheel.
Yeah, they are going to get a ranking point to walk away with, and I think Nick is not going to let them miss this climb ranking point. I think Nick will be furious that Blue misses this ranking point.
Absolutely.
So as the climbers go up, I think they should all be up.
It's shakily, but it does look like it, yeah.
But I mean, in the end, Prof Blue is still getting like a decent score at the end. 131, considering the start, is in contention with Tony, but the difference here is Cone to Javon. Really, really tough there. And qualification match number 25 will stand, so this is our final score. Nick might wish it was otherwise, but it's going to be 609 to 522. Only one tech foul coming in that match, but it was just at the wrong time. All that momentum that Blue had, they were coming back, and they just lost it there.
Yeah, and after that match, we see Cone overtaking Nick in the rankings. Nick
and that
in
could have
number
a
3.
major impact on picks too.
Absolutely.
Because, I mean, there's essentially the odds are you get 1 and 2 seed pairing up. I don't think Nick would bother declining. But maybe Nick's gonna decline. He's done some interesting strategic things in the past. And so we'll look now, qualification match number 26. We'll see because this one can also, doesn't have any implications for the top of the leaderboard, but certainly on that number 4 captain, as we can see Andrew, Metal, Jello, Dakota versus Jose, Jake, and Seagorns getting underway. And again, we're going to see Metal Jello on this Roboteers getting that practice in. We'll see if they are able to stick it to the Blue Alliance this time. Doesn't look like they get the full line, but a bit of a jam at the beginning. They will still get all those power cells off in autonomous mode to take the lead here by a few points, 102 to 100 in the Red Alliance's favor for the time being. And Andrew will put up a full cycle on the OG this time. Not super frequent that we see him go for that robot, but with Metal Jello on the Roboteers, unsurprising nonetheless. Dakota on the inertia plays a little bit more offensively than someone like Javon, but is able to make the most of it. We are seeing Casey now just bullying Andrew, who does go for some outer shots, but does get them all up. Metal Jello picks the power system rendezvous. Andrew cleaning house afterwards. We're going to see 164 Blue Line taking the lead, and Casey getting the steal here, uncontested. Metal Jello will not get back in time to challenge, and will instead pop the full hopper that the Red Alliance are going to need to clean up on their way, because those ones are otherwise just all over the field. 199 to 214 for the time being. Casey now with the climb blocking on top of that, and Metal Jello just firing the whole cycle straight into his climber. Casey will be happy with that, 252 to 224. So after a small early lead, Blue Alliance is starting to run away with it, taking the lead from Red and going with it to take a 30-point lead for the time being here. Blue Alliance does have the opportunity to do color wheel, does do so, as does Andrew on Red, and Casey's back, ready to climb block. Does get out of the way for now, but will now go back to harass a little bit more. 227 to 281 with 48 seconds left on the clock. Big cycle coming in from Dakota and Andrew to help the Red Alliance out. Casey's looking to maybe get in the way, get some power cells from the field. Dakota getting teched as he's trying to harass Casey. Just got a little bit too greedy, went too far into the Blue Alliance safe zones. And 429 to 333, Blue Alliance continuing to run away with it now after a small deficit in autonomous. 22 seconds left on the clock, and Blue Alliance is able to activate the final stage of the color wheel in just a moment. And they will, at least they have the opportunity to do so. Maybe they will opt out of doing it. No, they got it now. Red Alliance opts out of doing it, instead going for the climbs. And again, you know how I feel about that one, chat. We do get all three up at least. And we'll go with a 502 to 597 point unofficial score. And qualification match number 26 will stand. You'll see our final score breakdown. It's going to be 502 for the Red Alliance, 197 for Blue, and actually both alliances getting both extra ranking points in the end. So Red just took a little while for it to process, and they did get it. So my apologies there. 597 though for Blue, very well done for them. And MVP of the match was Jake. So that is qualification match number 26. So we only have 6 qualification matches left. We're going to have call 27 with Brennan Kachow and Javelin versus Bacon, Space Turtle, and Seaworms. So a big match for the Red Alliance here. If Brennan is able to take this win with 4 RPs, he's going to strengthen his odds. He just has 3 matches left, including that one, but his odds of the number 1 seed. Whereas Kachow, Javelin, Space Turtle, and Seaworms not in contention for that number 1 slot, but still going to seed as well as they can to get district points and to get some extra power, some tiebreaker points, some extra spots in the rankings, all that good stuff. So just waiting for Bacon to hop onto the field for the Blue Alliance, probably choosing which robot he wants. And he is on the field as the OG. And as we'll get this match started, again, Brennan on here is looking to be the primary scorer for his alliance. Kachow, she's on OG, which he's familiar with, and Javon on the inertia. I think Red Alliance is a pretty scary alliance, but Bacon, Casey, and Space Turtle could definitely give them a run for the money. And so as we see out of autonomous, a little bit of a slower start for Red, but they do bring it back. We're within +1 point out of auto, and that's always exciting. Bacon, though, getting teched early on, that's going to make a big difference in the tempo of the Blue Alliance's cycle. They are up 4 now. Casey going for the steal, too, on top of it. Kachow kind of getting in the way, and Casey will get spawned out. He does shoot them over, though, so the power cells in Blue Alliance custody. 180 to 164 is Kachow getting harassed by Space Turtle. She just wants to shoot. Space Turtle will not let it be that easy. Brennan, big cycle on the Roboteers. That's what the Blue Alliance is not wanting to see. They're wanting Casey to go in and climb block that, but instead, will make his way across the field. Javon now contesting the Blue Alliance for Space Turtle. Casey also getting in Bacon's way for the time being as well. 241 to 222, Red Alliance has taken back the lead after some good defense coming in from Javon, trying to disrupt the Blue Alliance's offense. Kachow, she's back and currently undefended. A jam temporarily, but she does get that full cycle off undefended. 260 to 270 as Casey gets caught trying to go in for the spins that we do see. Interesting strategy now as Javon was even trying to climb block Casey's attempt at getting his power cells to the other side of the field. Didn't really work. It's an interesting concept. 311 to 295. So the advantage is now back to the Blue Alliance for the time being. We're going to see Brennan going in and Casey going in for the climb block. Didn't get any of them. Red Alliance able to do the color wheel now. They're spinning that up for the extra 10 points. We're seeing Bacon respawning himself across the field, 336 to 353, so advantage still towards the Blue Alliance for now. Brennan, a big cycle coming in and will be undefended for it. Does look like he gets majority inners, so 358 to 382, but does have to disrupt the cycle by Blue if they want to keep that lead. Javon making his way across the field, getting in the way of the power, the attempts by Space Turtle to get to his power cells. 412 to 375, so Red Alliance definitely behind here and wants to score the power cells as fast as they can, see if they can achieve that final stage. They may have already done so, perhaps. I may have missed that. And then the climbs, everyone's going to try and line up for the climbs to see if they can get that extra ranking point, but is going to be a temporary win, or unofficial win, rather, for the Blue Alliance, 548 to 500, and in the end, I mean, it was a back-and-forth match, but Red Alliance just didn't have the pace to keep up in this matchable stand, so we'll see the final breakdown, 500 to 548. The power cells just weren't there, and so despite, being close within autonomous 113 to 135 power cells, the main difference, not the difference between Bacon and Brennan. Bacon had a very good match, though. Don't underestimate that. But Javon and Kachow just not able to keep up with and Space Turtle that time around. So, difficult match for Brennan, who was number 1 seed. And that is going to be a 3 RP win for the Blue Alliance and a single RP game for the Red Alliance. So, rankings-wise, we're back now to the Brennan versus Cone battle. And Casey has put himself in the mix, too, along with Nick. So there's actually 4 people here within 0.1 of a ranking point. Cone's got a match now, so he's got to make sure he tests Brennan for this number 1 spot. We've got Cone has 2 matches left. Brennan has 2 matches left. Seagorns has only 1. Brennan has 2. And Nick 862 has 1. So Seagorms and Nick 862 both only with 1 match left. C4678 has 2 as well. Don't count him out yet, but he's a little behind at the 2.8. So it'll be interesting to see how those 4 shake it up in the end. And speaking of those 4 players, we have 2 of them in this match. Tony 1086, C4678, Andrew 2137 versus Space Turtle, Metal Jello, and Cone. So again, just waiting for them to get onto the field before we get started. You don't want to start without anyone if you don't have to. Alright, so we've seen here, we got Space Turtle on the inertia Clone on the OG, Metal Jello on Roboteers, C on Inertia, Andrew on Roboteers, Tony on OG. So we have double drive up going on. We'll see who's able to make it work better. And so Tony goes under the entire trench, does get them all. Andrew gets them all on the Roboteers. You know, not super frequent that we do see C4678 going on the Inertia, but, you know, able to make it work for this autonomous period. It's 123 to 107. And so currently Red Alliance does have the advantage here, and Tony, a little bit of trouble getting under the trench, had some driving issues perhaps. The drivetrain might be a little wonky, but does get through and does help contribute to this Red Alliance lead here. 180 to 145, and a lot of that just comes from the deficit in auto spirals so quickly. You know. And we are going to see Metal Jello with the full Roboteers hopper. That's a lot of power cells going to go in right now for them. One does bounce out after hitting, probably backwards. Does happen every so often. Andrew is going to line up as well to reciprocate the Roboteer cycle. So 270 or 281 now to 230 points. Advantage still to the Red Alliance. The Blue Alliance is within, you know, it's within the realm of possibility with 1 minute and 15 left that we could see a Blue Alliance come back. Both alliances able to spin up the first stage of that color wheel. Tony looking to go under the trench, able to get there just as Andrews finished the color wheel, and we just see Tony again lining up to do some on the OG. We're seeing Space Turtle do the same with the Inertia. Not seeing a ton of defense come in from either of these alliances particularly. Most of the Inertias are playing a little bit more offensively in this matchup, and we are seeing Metal Jello and Space Turtle going pretty even on their contributions there. Inertia and the Roboteers, whereas the Roboteers on red is the primary scorer, and it's he and Tony too close. With 31 seconds left on the clock, it's going to be 432 to 370. We're seeing Red Alliance able to activate the color wheel there. We see Andrew doing it now for red. And that is locked and loaded. Blue should have the opportunity to do it soon, perhaps after this cycle from Metal Jello. 473 to 408 as Red Alliance looking to climb early. Don't want to throw away those power cells. They know they have the win on lock. Red Alliance will hopefully get all their power cells all up, and the Blue Alliance does the same. So bonus RPs looking like everyone's going to walk home with something, but win as well will likely go towards the blue, or the Red Alliance, sorry. And qualification match number 28 will stand. And so we're going to see 587, or 89. I don't know why I just lost my ability to read. 589 versus 516 there, with a 90 endgame for both alliances. So extra ranking points for the Red Alliance, and Blue as well, getting 1 extra RP to the main.
Alrighty, that was qualification match number 28. Looking at qualification match number 29 on the Red Alliance is Bacon, Kachow, and Luis, and Brennan, Jose, and Dakota. A lot of top players going to be on the field here. Brennan in that number 1 position, definitely looking to hold it. And Dakota, number 9.
I do want to jump in here. Sorry, I want to jump in here real quick.
Yeah.
Speaking of number 1 seed, predict with your channel points who's going to be number 1. We do have that poll going in chat, and we're having some good
it did just close,
feedback.
But
it did? Oh,
indeed.
I don't know why it looks super low for me. Well, hopefully you got yours in then.
Yes.
Get memed on.
There is definitely a lot of money in the pot there. Definitely interesting to see how it plays out. Yeah. I think that's what it's going to end up being.
Brennan or anyone else? Yeah, it's going to be someone, definitely.
I would hope so. I mean, otherwise we're going to have some problems.
You and I, we see number 1 and 2.
Exactly. That's the only way that this is going to play out.
Although I guess we are technically someone else.
This is true. Unless we are not someone.
Fair enough. And so, the Blue Alliance here, Brennan, it's all on the line. He needs 4 RP now if he wants to secure number 1. As the Red Alliance, on the other hand, slow start to this autonomous period. We'll see if they're able to make it back at the end, but it looks like they are not having a great autonomous period here. And we'll be 84 to 118 early on in this autonomous period. And Blue Alliance looks like they got some momentum right now going, and I don't think there's much that can stop it. Brennan, though, is looking for power cells. There's not a ton available to him right away, but he does find a full hopper's worth of power cells on that Roboteer to come back. That's going to be 177 to 126. Of course, top contender going into champs is Jack, according to GK Boss in the chat. Well, Jack, I hate to break it to you, but you're not competing today. So Brennan putting up a cycle on the Roboteer's robot again, 246 to 182. So still advantage going towards the Blue Alliance, but Dakota has been reset or teched in some regard there, and I would expect it to be potentially a tech, given that the score got a lot closer a lot quickly. Quite possibly, I may have understood you. After a while doing this, your brain just kind of starts to go. 318 to 275 with a big cycle coming from right there in the trench zone. Louis 1771 on the Roboteers, actually. I think that may be the first time we've seen them on it. 45 seconds left on the clock, 375 to 337. And Dakota on the inertia, really, kind of keeping it even with one of the OGs. And it is the double OG Roboteers, which is a little bit interesting coming in from the Red Alliance. Could be part of the reason why we're seeing them struggle here. And so Brennan putting up more and more power cells for the Blue Alliance. They look locked and footed for the win here, but Red can get the color wheel ranking point should they make an attempt at it. But instead, Chow going for the line. Will Bacon notice? He does notice. But he's not gonna do it. Instead, they're going for the climbs. They're gonna go up, and it's gonna be no ranking points all around for the Red Alliance. But Blue Alliance looks like they should go. I'll get that confirmed for you in just a moment. In qualification match. So that qualification match there again, Bacon, Cacao, and Luis versus Brennan, Dakota, and Jose. Again, those 6 players, all the marbles, 594 to 445. Looks like that has been confirmed by our referees there. And so the end game, not there for Red. The ranking points, both for Blue are achieved, but it's a 0 RP match for the Red Alliance. And so Brennan will get another 4 RP match to his name. Seems like unless Seagorms, and it's going to be interesting because Seagorms versus Brennan is the final match. So we're going to come down to, nothing's going to be final yet. But Nick's got his next matchup. He's currently number 3. So depending on how well Nick locked himself either ahead or behind of Seagorms. So again, Nick in number 3 right now in our rankings. If he wins this one, it's his last chance to go wide. He has 2 matches left, so he can still take the 1 spot with 2 wins. That'll all depend on what happens in qualification match number 32 between Seagorms, Javelin, C4678 versus Metal Jello, Jake, and Brennan. So we're going to come down to qualification match number 2. Number 32, number 2, good thing. Trying to get people in here now, and I think, if I'm Nick, I'm a little bit stressed about this matchup here. Going up against Jake, Chow, and Space Turtle. Definitely 3 players that actually probably complement each other relatively well. We see Space Turtles in there as the Roboteers. We do have the double OG. I would have preferred to see a Tribot from the Blue Alliance, but the Red Alliance is also going. Red Alliance is going, with what I'd expect. They're going with them. And so in qualification match number 30, let's get started. And remembering Nick really wants a 4RP win here. We'll see him go for that full line as the Roboteers. He does drop 2 out of his hopper. I think he's going to go back for those and try and shoot them. He does get 1. Will he get the second in time? I don't think so. But will be advantage red coming out of Autonomous 104 to 80. So pretty significant still, despite not having a perfect Autonomous on that Roboteers. Luis is going to clean up as the OG is going to clean up under the trench, and Nick making his way back for a full hoppers with power cells will gladly take those. Space Turtle trying to do the same for blue, but does not have as clean of a pickup as Nick. Jose trying to steal whatever he can from that side of the field, and does kind of bring some over. Really dangerous there. Went very close to that protected zone for the Blue Alliance, but did get out after some contention from Jake, and will fire off those power cells to help out his Alliance partners. 126 to 197 now. The score. Big cycle there coming up from Nick. He was able to get not only a full cycle from Rock, also the power cells on the ground. We're going to pop those off now. And Jose's there with some scoring for the Red Alliance as well. We will leave a lot of power cells available. Jose goes in for the hit and picks up on inertia. Was there when the Blue Alliance started firing, so some power cells did drop. But Nick able to catch the majority of them and deal with those on his cycle. Ka-Chow, she's on the OG robot, and she is currently the lowest contributor, but does look like she's going to have a big cycle coming in. Jake does take from her on the OG. That's something I'm not too thrilled about. I think it would have been better if one of them had gone inertia, like defense, because right now they're just letting the Red Alliance do whatever they want instead of contention, whereas Jose is really making things difficult. For 33 seconds left on the clock, it is a 70-point gap between the two alliances. Red Alliance able to finish the color wheel there. Blue Alliance about to have that same opportunity. We'll see that soon. And again, he's going in for a very, ambitious skill. 17 seconds left on the clock. Nick going to go for another big cycle as the Roboteers, maybe even 2, helpful to his partner who's stuck under the trench. That's gracious professionalism at work. And so with 5 seconds left, we are going to see everyone climbing. Blue Alliance does wait a little bit later to climb. We'll see if they get all the points for it. In the end, the unofficial score is 569 to 497 for qualification match number 30. And if that one hangs in there, we'll see Nick make it. He's doing literally everything he can to try and have a stab at that number 1 spot. Qualification match number 30 will stand. So we will see the final rankings for this match come in. This was the final match for Space Turtle, Jose Bobelli, Luis, and Ka-Chow. So they're done their qualification matches and will be preparing themselves for elimination and alliance selections. That will be a 4 ranking point match for the Red Alliance and a 2 ranking point match for Blue. They did get the last second color wheel, which gives them an extra few points, as well as that RP, which is not too hurtful, especially in the rankings so late. Speaking of said aforementioned rankings, we do have Brennan again, our ranked number 1 here, locked up. Not necessarily locked, but is looking pretty close to confirmed there. Nick does still have 1 more match left, so he can, another 4 RP match might help out his score. Seagorms also has a match. C4678 still has a match. So all top 5, top 6, top 7, make that top 8. All have matches left to go. So there's still a lot to play for. The fight for the number 1 seed is still on. The fight for the number 4 seed is still on. All of these good things. And so, what we're going to see now is for qualification match number 31, our penultimate qualification match is Dakota Nick, again, back meeting for RP, and Tony 1086 versus Andrew Cone and Bacon. So uphill battle for Red Alliance on this one, and they are going to go guns a-blazing here. We're going to see Nick going for that full line, see if he can get it all. Tony does make a bid for the ones under the trench, does get one of the ones at the far corner, as opposed to his opponent, who may have missed some of them. So 106 to 133 Blue Alliance already with the advantage here, as Cone picking up some power cells from the blue side of the field there, got some of the steal off, and will let Nick shoot his first cycle undefended. So it is 132 to 176. A bit of conflict between Nick and Dakota on the field, but they're putting up power cells as fast as they can there. 168 to 196, so holding this to a 30-point deficit for the time being. Tony does go in for a hit on the Blue Alliance, but does not turn that into anything much more significant than that. 273 to 190, so really starting to struggle now, the Red Alliances. They just don't have the raw scoring power of the Blue Alliance. We're seeing, less, defensive play all around. We're not seeing a ton of defensive play from either alliance, and that's working in the Blue Alliance's favor here. Red Alliance not having, as much experience under the belt could really benefit from having some defense or some tech fouls in their favor. Cone does go in for the steal and gets away scot-free. Nick will do the first spin of the color wheel and will now be hoping for his chances at the number 1 seed that he, is able to get both of those ranking points. Cone, again, just cleaning up the red side of the field. A bit more of a quiet match from Bacon. He's just kind of cycling between his human player station. Massive steal from Cone. My goodness. Headphone users beware, by the way, of that scream. I'm very sorry. 369, 477. Cone, again, really just going in and committing to these steals and is able to do so with prowess. 379 to 535, as everything is just going wrong for Red. They do have the ability to go for the color wheel. We're going to see Nick, I expect, right now, finish that up. Looks like he has done so. Blue Alliance having done so already as well. So this match, really big score coming in here from Cone and Andrew. Again, this is already 614. They haven't even finished the climbs yet. They're just here to party. Putting up power cells, again, another big cycle coming from Cone, another cycle coming from Andrew. People are going to start looking towards the climbs now. We're at 697 before the climbs, and as all the Red Alliance robots are going to go up, the Blue Alliance robots will respond, and 772 points, your unofficial score. If that stands, that will be the high score of the event thus far, and it could not have come in at a better time for Cone, who is looking to fight for a better seed.
That is crazy to see almost every single robot on that alliance put up 250 points.
I agree with you wholeheartedly, and I don't think there were that many fouls either. I think that it's just genuine skill coming in from the 3 members of the Blue Alliance. And again, I'm not totally sure why Red Alliance didn't defend them. They just kind of he let them cycle, and maybe they recognized that it was a lost cause. Future match number 31 will stand though, so that is our event high score, and that is a clean 772 points versus the 584. It's going to be every extra RP on the board was scored by both alliances, so 4 to 2 RP. Bacon, your match MVP by the slimmest of margins, just taking out Andrew at 250, and that's absolutely. I didn't think we'd see a 772 point match. 7-7 who?
772?
Yeah, that's the.
Is that a thing?
That is a thing in Canada.
Oh, wow.
I don't know.
Canada's cool then.
We have a 772 team up here who always goes 7-7 who? 772.
Makes sense.
So right now, Brennan is 3.18 ranking score. That may actually have him now locked in. I'll just check that. No, he is not locked number 1, actually. I take that back. If Casey wins, he gets at least 2 ranking points. He needs to get 2 more ranking points than Brennan to win, which means that if Brennan wins, Brennan's locked number 1, obviously. If Casey wins, and they get no bonus ranking points, Brennan needs 0. If they win, Brennan needs 1. If they win with 4 RP, Brennan needs both ranking points. And their auto score is very close as well. Seagorms is behind in the auto tiebreaker and would need to do better than Brennan by a significant margin. His alliance would really need to throw here. So instead of talking about it, why don't we just play the match? And so this is the final qualification match. Number 1 seed still up for grabs here, and it's going going to be Casey versus Brennan. We'll see what happens as these robots get on the field. Again, autonomous mode is going to set the tone for this match. It's really going to set the pace. And we're going to see early on who is here to play. Looks like Casey does have a jam at the beginning. They will still be nearly tied. Bit of a blue advantage out of autonomous. But it's 111 right now, so it is all on the field of Metal Jello. A difficult pickup there for them. You could say that Brennan here is, as the inertia, he's trying to do what he can to get in the blue or Red Alliance's way, but he isn't finding many opportunities. Actually techs himself out there, throwing a little bit as he puts up a full cycle of his own. 194, 156, in part due to that technical foul that was assigned to Brennan in the opposite human loader zone. We're seeing Casey and Brennan go side by side through the rendezvous zone. Doesn't really cause much of a difference, and now even giving C4678 at some time, Brennan will respawn, giving C the opportunity to get all lined up, and Brennan, now getting his bearings back, does not really have much to do. Might be having some controller difficulties, as he was having a bit of a difficult time figuring out where he wants to go. 293 to 233 as this match is looking like it's going to be in the favor of the Red Alliance with a minute left, but with, again, a minute left, there's still a lot of time for things to happen and things to change drastically. We're seeing Casey there. They have the opportunity to go for the color wheel, but will not do so. They did just finish it, actually. And Brennan is now there, trying to play some climber blocking defense, and is doing so successfully. C is unable. And he does accidentally pop that popper as well. So 382, 324 right now. Metal Jello there to pick up power cells. C4678 picking up power cells of his own on the Roboteers in response. 34 seconds left on the clock. So remember, Brennan needs to keep it within 2 ranking points. If they only get 1, and Casey's alliance gets 4 RP, Casey will be your number 1 seed with 23 seconds left. Javon picking up as many power cells as he can. Brennan picking up as many power cells as he can with 18 seconds left. We're seeing C now having the opportunity to go for that extra ranking point. They need it, and C will deal with it instead of Casey, giving Casey time to finish off that cycle with 9 seconds left. We'll see if Blue Alliance goes for it. It's a little bit late. They do end up getting it. Will they get the climbs, though, with 3 seconds left? Again, your number 1 seed is at stake in these dying seconds, and we see that it's going to 602 to 530. The ranking points will matter here, and it will be it'll be a tie for the RP in the end. If this match is official, we will see how that affects our rankings. And remember, I'm pretty sure that the Blue Alliance got that RP for the color wheel with like 2 or 3 seconds. And the climb with like 2 or 3 seconds left. And so that qualification match will stand. And with that, our final rankings will come up in just a second. Even suspense a little longer. 602 to 530 there. Red Alliance just had at the beginning, but then ran away with it that whole match. And Brennan's inertia play was definitely not necessarily maybe the way he wanted to play that match, but did do enough for him to finish in our number 1 seed. He does hang on to finish in that number 1 seed there by tying in the ranking points with Seagorms. Nick falling to 5th after that match. C4678 in 3rd. Well, I guess we'll just read the rankings for you. Brennan, Seagorms, C4678, Cone, Nick 862, Andrew 2137, Jake 5468, Dakota 346, Jose Bovelli, Javelin, Bacon, Kachow, Space Turtle, Luis 1771, Tony 1086, and Metal Jello, rounding out your rankings. And so I would just like to let you know, ranking points, we had a tie between Brennan and Seagorms, we had a tie between C, Cone, and Nick, we had a tie between Dakota and Jose, and that was a lot of ties, all tied up at the end, but that means that we are going to be able to quickly go into our alliance selection. So our number 1 seed is going to be Brennan. Our captains otherwise are still to be determined, but we are going to get everyone, figuring out, who they want to be with. And with that being said, we got hype for alliance selection. We got, exciting things going on. Was they saying, yo, I ranked 9th? Yeah, we got an extra follow. That's always exciting. And what we're going to do, don't mind your screen. We're just updating the value for alliance selection. And then we will get Brennan in here. We'll get him to make his pick. Then we will get the alliances on their in their proper channels. We gotta get our alliance voice channels back as well. And so we're just waiting for just a few more moments. And we are going to bring in our number 1 Lions captain to make our pick, Brennan 4476, ranking score of 3.08 with an average ranking 30 or with 37 ranking points and an average ranking score of 3.08, bringing our number 1 seed, Brennan 4476, to make his first world pick.
Right now?
Yes, right now.
C4678.
So C4678 is going to be by Brennan. We'll see We'll see what you have to say about this. You have been picked by the number 1 alliance, Brennan 4476. Do you accept or decline?
I would like to respectfully decline.
Alright, totally okay. No stress. He has declined. So he has forfeited his right to be picked, but he can still be. With that, Brennan, who would you like? Let's try this one again. Who would you?
Nick 862.
Nick 862. We'll bring Nick in. Nick, you have been now selected as the partner for Brennan 4476. Would you like to accept or decline?
Not gonna lie, Brennan, it doesn't feel great to be the second bell at the ball, but I guess we'll send it regardless.
Alright, so that's going to be your number 1, two of your number 1 alliance partners there. Brennan and Nick will get them into the voice channel in just a moment and bring in our captain of the number 2 alliance, who is, once we get that pick for Nick all locked and loaded, Nick 862, no longer available for picking. C4678 is going to be your alliance number 2 captain.
It's actually going off the rankings. Casey is going to be our number 2 alliance captain.
I am totally trolling. I am so
Yeah.
sorry. Goodbye, C.
The available for selection list got messed up and
Yeah,
Casey didn't get put in there, so he's at the bottom even though he's ranked number 2.
No worries, I've been fooled. Sorry about that. I'm fooled. Alright, let's bring in Casey 1086. Casey, you are our number 1 alliance or number 2 alliance captain. Who would you like to select as your first pick?
How long do I get to think about this?
Start thinking.
Alright, random number generator coming up. Give me a second.
Oh my god.
You can pull the classic look up at the Jumbotron and pick the highest ranked
Yeah, I
player.
did. I'll extend an invite to Cone.
Cone. Alright, so Cone was rank number 3, or 4, sorry. Rank number 4 with 36 ranking points, ranking score 3. Bring him in now. Cone, you have been selected by Casey Seagorns during the number 2 alliance. You accept or decline?
Yes, I know. Thanks for the offer.
Alright.
All good.
Cone has declined. So Casey, who would you like to pick?
I'll extend an invite to Andrew.
Andrew 2137. Andrew was a ranked number 6 overall with 34 ranking points and an average ranking score of 2.83. So we'll message him and ask what he wants to do. So Robotier just making his decision now, or sorry, Andrew 2137. All right, so he will accept your offer. So Andrew 2137 and Casey Foreman, the start of the number 2 alliance. So we are now going to bring in, for real this time, our number 3 captain, C4678. You're here for real this time. Who would you like to pick as the captain of alliance number 3?
Can you give me like 20 seconds?
We can.
Okay,
So
sweet.
will we? Who's to say?
Well, maybe I'll just pretend to glitch out and leave the voice call.
Oh no! He's glitching! Oh no!
Oh. Okay, I think I am ready to make my pick.
Who would you like to select?
I would like to select Javon or Javelin to join my alliance.
Javelin was your number 10th overall seed with an average ranking score of 2.41. Javelin, you've been selected by the captain of the number 3 alliance. Would you like to accept or decline?
I accept.
Alrighty, those two will be locked and loaded into alliance number 3. And now we'll bring in our 4th and final captain, Cone, who is going to select, we'll let him select one member, we'll give them a few moments, and then bring him back in to, you know, make that second pick. But Cone, who would you like to pick first?
I'd like to invite Kachow to join my alliance.
Cone and Kachow. Who would have guessed? Here we go. We have Kachow coming in. You've been picked by the number 4 alliance. Would you like to accept or decline?
I would like to decline, please.
Wait, actually?
Yeah.
Damn.
Okay. No problem. Alright, Cone, you've been declined by your girlfriend. Who would you like to select?
Hit me up with, how about that guy named Dakota?
Dakota, alright. Dakota, will you fill in for Kachow as Cone's Valentine this week?
Oh crap, dude! I don't know if I can live up to that. Yeah, I'll accept.
Alright, do you guys want a minute to
Go.
come back?
Yes,
or-
please.
Yes, please.
Alright, one moment. Oh, awesome. Alright, so Cone has picked Dakota 346. They'll have a minute just to, figure out who they want as their 4th.
Any predictions for who they want for their 3rd robot on the 4th alliance?
Well, you see, I would personally say that, looking and seeing that, Jose, maybe Bacon, both of those have some interesting opportunities available.
Definitely. There are some strong players definitely still on the field, on the pick list here.
On the pick list here, and I mean, that's also a big thing here is no matter who they take, of this, you can, if you get the steal, you can really start screwing over some of these higher seeded alliances. Only having 16 players makes it difficult.
Mm-hmm. Certainly does. Yeah, those last picks from our number 1 and 2 alliance are going to be some very well thought out picks in order to win this event.
I agree, and I think Brennan and Nick will definitely have the the disadvantage there of having the late picks, but either way, shaking it up. We'll see how long it takes. if you're in chat, let us know because they're about to come back in here and tell us, Cone, who are you inviting to round out your alliance?
Dakota and I wanna sizzle it up with bacon.
Sizzling it up with bacon. All right, bacon is currently deafened, but we have brought him in here to see. Oops.
Oh,
I
sorry.
think wrong bacon.
Wrong bacon.
Oh, not
I get
again.
picked.
Poor guy. Oh, yeah, you got picked by Conan Dakota. Are you gonna turn it down?
I'll accept.
Okay.
All right, sounds good. So they are the number 4 alliance, coming in locked and loaded, and that means that we're gonna bring C back to the alliance selection box. Welcome. Who would you like to round out your alliance?
We would like to ask Jake5468 to join our alliance.
Jake5468. Jake5468 was your number 7 seed. Who's your number 7 seed with an average rating score of 2.58? Jake, would you like to accept it?
I gratefully accept.
All right, that's your alliance number 3. Sending it with Jake. We see Javon and Jake locked in, and that means we're going to bring Casey back to the number 2 alliance. Casey, who would you like to choose to round out your alliance?
We would like to send it with Jose.
All right, Jose Bobelli. He was the number 9th seed. And so Casey has picked you, Jose. What would you like? He would like to accept. So that is to be your number 2 alliance. So before we make our final selection, I just want to say if you are hanging out with us or if you played and did not get picked, we'll do a big thank you for hanging out with us. And please stick around. Don't be a stranger. We love having you here. And so, congratulations. You guys are doing
And
you guys did great stuff today.
Definitely a lot more predictions to come during playoffs when things get exciting. You can actually pay attention and watch the matches.
Yeah, this is true. And just something to note that I think Twitch chat's picked up on. Casey just picked an alliance of Tibians. So we'll see what how that works out for them. But until then, let's see who rounds out the alliance selection with bringing back our captain of the number 1 alliance. It's our first pick overall, Brennan and Nick. Who are you choosing to round out your alliance?
We're going with the turtle from outer space.
I'm sorry, the turtle from outer space is not available. Would you like to?
Yes, space turtle. Thank you, Tegan.
Well, I was just saying, you didn't say space turtle. It's the turtle from outer space.
Yeah, I graciously accept.
All right, and there we go. That's your number 1 alliance. They're locked in. Space Turtle, Brennan, and Nick 862. They're going to be playing, and we are going to be back in just 10 minutes. So grab some dinner, grab a snack, grab some water, grab some cheesecake. I don't know, whatever you got available to you that's going to bring you through a limbs, because it's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be a lot of stuff going on. So if you didn't get picked, don't worry about it. It happens to everyone. All the so many good rookies here that we have today. Hang out with us, chill in the event lobby, and come vibe with us. See you guys in 10 minutes. Again, that is going to be 9:40 p.m. Eastern Time, 6:40 p.m. Pacific Time. Other time zones, something 40, or something 15. Some places are on the half hour too. Anyway, see you guys in 10 minutes.
Alrighty, I think we are getting ready to start our playoffs.
Fantastic, and I am sure looking forward to this one. I'm going to open up the predictions now for quarterfinals 1-1. Who you think is going to take home this one? And I mean, I can't vote, but I'd say this one's going to be a very close matchup. It all depends on how well everyone performs. And so, I mean, I am really looking forward to this. And we can take a look at our robot breakdowns here right now. We've got the Red Alliance using a Tribot composition. Blue Alliance looks like they've got Dakota on the Robo Tiers, Cone on Inertia, and Bacon on OG. So both alliances going for the same composition, but going as far as they can early on in this match. Or at least they'll go for as much as they can early on in this match, rather. So we'll just give some time for that prediction to end before we get too far underway. And so I'd just like to make an announcement. If you are currently watching the server as a spectator, if you could please eject yourselves from that. Okay, yeah, perfect. We got our referee in now. Fantastic. That's what we like to see here. And so with this match getting underway, we're going to see quarterfinals semifinals 1-1 rather, getting this match started, and we are seeing originally here already Cone going in for some hits on those robots right now very early on in the match, and we are going to see early advantage going to the Red Alliance by a slim margin here. Space Turtle does get held by the Blue Alliance for quite a while, will respawn directly onto the field. It does not get tech though, so will not have to be adjusted later, but is ready to play some counter defense, protecting Nick 862 from that cycle. We are seeing Red Alliance holding onto a slim lead, but Blue Alliance will challenge that with that big cycle coming in from Dakota, and we are seeing Cone going in, really pressuring the Red Alliance there. Space Turtle holding it, and we are going to see now the Alliance. They've activated the first stage. There's still 2 more stages to go before they get those extra points. Remember here, there's no ranking points in a limbs. We are seeing Space Turtle looking a little lost, going for a little bit of a hit on the robot of Dakota, and is now there with 2 power cells. We're seeing a big steal coming in from the Blue Alliance as well. 233 to 220. They are now in contention again, and Cone does get caught, but does not get respawned. Neither did Bacon, so right now it is Blue Alliance still advantage. 269 to 239 is Alliance number 4 here. Remember that Cone declined the second Alliance, was not invited to the first Alliance, whereas Nick, on the other hand here, really, putting in the work as that number 1 overall pick, despite being maybe not Brennan's first pick of choice. We're seeing Cone, another big steal here. Space Turtle not blocking any of these, looking instead to play the counter D, but when there's no D to be played, what do? Brennan coming in, about to get hit from behind. Space Turtle is not there, needs to be more cognizant of his surroundings if he's looking to play effective defense. There's a lot of power cells on the red side of the field that will get scooped up by Brennan. Cone does not get access to them, but he does get access to Brennan. Space Turtle having some difficult times to counter D, but is putting in the work. 443 to 373 now, as Blue Alliance, despite being down marginally in auto, is starting to pull away here by a reasonable amount. 19 seconds left on the clock. We're going to see far shots coming in from Nick. Money, money, money. Those are going in, and they will get the points from the climber a little bit, or from the color wheel. You'll see a little bit of, partying around the rendezvous zone here. As the robots go up, it just did not materialize for the Red Alliance. They will lose the match unofficially there, 544 to 620. The unofficial score, we'll wait for that to become official. So Red Alliance will need to change their strategy there. It did not work there. Number 4 Alliance will go up a match. We'll wait for that score to become official before we, make that call for you. And so semifinals 1-1 does stand. The winner is going to be the Blue Alliance. So if you chose the blue, you're about to get some payout there. And 3,000 channel points given to 7 viewers. Red Alliance voted for more points, but we'll get less out of it in the end. So we'll start another prediction because we've had one upset already. Let's see if we can get a second one. Winner of semifinals 2-1 is either going to be Blue Alliance 3 or the Red Alliance, Alliance 2. You can get your predictions in. And we're going to see again here. This is Alliance number 2 of C. Gorms, Andrew 2137, and Jose Bobelli versus C 4678, Javelin, and Jake 5468. And so, looking at that match, I mean, Red Alliance, it's not like they didn't try, but they just didn't have the scoring, and Space Turtle was not able to counter effectively, along with a lot of steals. We did see the Blue Alliance getting a lot of power cells for free, not even a contention on them. There were no tech fouls, and so Red Alliance will need to make sure they protect their resources better. Waiting now for number 2 Alliance to get their third robot on the field. Again, that's going to be C. Gorms, Andrew, and Jose versus C 4678, Javelin, and Jake 5468. Jose coming out here with the never-before-seen robot of the OG. We got Andrew on Roboteers, we got Casey on Inertia, we got Javon on Inertia, we got C on Roboteers, we got Jake on OG, we got triple Tribot, but we only have 2. Wouldn't that be a fun little thing to say? But that does mean we have all 6 robots on the field. We're ready to play semifinals number 2-1. Number 2 and 3 alliances going head-to-head. Let's see what happens. As alliances getting underway, we already see collisions in the rendezvous over some power cells. We'll see who ends up getting the advantage out of auto. Looks like Jose may be having a bit of a slower cycle. We already have a tech coming out. Casey's been teched out by the Blue Alliance in the first 15 seconds of the match. That's going to be a 25 points assigned to the Blue Alliance. 2 minutes left on the clock, and it's still anybody's game here, 167 to 170. The Red Alliance is dealing with the defense of Javon, but Casey can be just as annoying if you're facing off against him in the inertia. And we're going to see Casey there really getting in deep onto that blue side of the field in the rendezvous. We're seeing Andrew, big cycle, but actually gets hit by Jose, and Casey gets respawned. Chaos for the Red Alliance as it is all falling apart fast. We're seeing 211 to 232, but the missed shots from Andrew, the hit from Jose, the knock by Casey, all of that culminating in a very difficult cycle for that Red Alliance. 238 to 252, so they're still holding it close, but they might be saying, what if, when they look at the end of this match. 259 to 261, Casey again gets respawned. Not a problem this time, does not get tipped over. 284 to 259, so still getting in the Blue Alliance's way, and will go back for a small cycle. 5 power cells on that inertia, about as good as you can get if you're really expecting to do something good. And Casey, again, dealing with Javon there, will get those power cells off and will go pick up one from a safe zone. Javon was lying in wait, waiting to bother Jose, but he will get those power cells off, and so does Andrew, critically. Again hit by Jose, but that was only 1 power cell this time, so Red has briefly taken the lead here, but C will respond with a cycle for Blue Alliance here. 362 to 357. This match is going to come down to the wire as Casey comes from behind. Big hit on Jake, was unable to get his cycle off the way he wanted, and now dealing with a jam, spits out 2 power cells with 30 seconds left. 404 to 392 as Blue has retaken the advantage here. Jose has a cycle waiting though, and if Javon can get to him, he may miss, but instead gets there just in time. Jose now will do the color wheel for the final stage, getting some extra points for his alliance. We'll see if that one counts as completed. It does. So that means Casey again getting respawn now with 9 seconds left. Will not have time to do that again. Jose firing off as many shots as he can at the last second. As the climbs go up, it looks like Jose will miss the climbs, and it looks like this match chaotic at the end, but it will be an unofficial score of 543 to 526. We'll see what the referees have to say about that, because that looked like it was very close in the end game. We'll see what that turned into. So we will say the match is likely under review, getting that confirmation from the referees. We're really pending the call of being under review, to be honest. But for us, it's just better when we know that things went down, always to check it out and make sure it was done right. And so, with that, the score will stand, and we will have a confirmed Red Alliance victory here, 543 to 526. That is going to be our official score for semifinals number 2-1. Red Alliance will take the victory there. And so, with that being said, we are going to see, Blue Alliance is on the back foot here, but we're going back to the other match where we saw an upset early on. And so, again, looking at the scores now, we've seen our biggest win thus far was the number 4 Alliance in semifinals 1-1. We're going to take a look at semifinals 1-2 now, previewing this. Again, this is the number 1 Alliance versus the number 4 Alliance. Blue took this one first time round, the number 4 Alliance, but we will see who is able to take this one. Let's get the predictions started up for everyone watching in chat. We'll get that all written up for y'all. And that prediction is now open for the members who are chilling with us in Twitch chat. So again, this is going to be Brennan, Nick, and Space Turtle versus Bacon, Dakota, and Cone being the captain there. And we are already seeing changes. Blue Alliance not going to change anything here, but Brennan on the inertia is the first sign of a change that we've had thus far. And remember, Red needs to want to stay alive. And they were not in contention that first match really after Autonomous. They'll need to change something up. And so you can predict with your channel points, a few seconds remaining left on that prediction. And we've got, again, Dakota, Bacon, and Cone. We actually have Brennan losing the field, so who knows what the number 1 is looking to do here. We do still have Brennan. He's back on the inertia. And so what we're going to see here is now we've also got Nick on the OG and Space Turtle on the inertia. So, wow, we are switching this one up and we are getting right into it. Remember, Red needs this one to stay alive. Semifinals number 2-1 on your screens now. As we're about to get underway, again, Nick on the OG. We haven't seen him on the OG much of this competition. We're getting the 2 inertias ready to go versus the Tribot Alliance. Brennan trying to pick up the power cells. Space Turtle flying a little bit maybe of some issues there at the beginning of the match. We'll see if that ends up making any impact on our participants. Alliances are close, neck and neck coming out of autonomous mode, 139 to 137. We see Cone will get respawned already, landing on top of a Red Alliance robot, kind of skating across the field, but does not get ticked out, no problem there. Blue Alliance gets their cycle off first, though, and that's something to note. That's why they were ahead by such a significant margin. Blue does have that advantage for now, but Red will respond with a cycle of their own. Brennan lying in wait for the Blue Alliance member of Dakota, who has to take the rendezvous zone because he's too big to fit under the trench. Cone going for another big cycle. Brennan getting respawned on top of Nick, has to wait for Nick to get himself aligned up, and Cone dangerously close to a tech foul there, will escape 205 to 241 as the current advantage is for the Blue Alliance rather. Cone again going really greedy with these fouls, but is making it work. We're seeing Space Turtle again really pressuring him there. Is going to get a bit more on the board. We're seeing 270 to 237 as Blue Alliance is now ahead a cycle, 298 to 255. Nick, a bit of a jam, does end up getting it off. Brennan just escaping a tech foul, will respawn, but this time does not land on top of Nick. Instead, he is going to make it all the way. Going for the color wheel there, that's an easy 10 points early on. It looks like Nick is being dragged and teched by Cone. Did not get to reset himself in time. Does respawn eventually, but that is telling disaster for the Red Alliance late in this match here. 40 seconds left, and it's 378 to 296. So Blue will need to make a major tactical mistake if they want to go on, if they do not want to throw this match. And we do see Cone does respawn himself twice and lands on top of Space Turtle each time. So that buys the Red Alliance a little bit of time, but it will not buy them points. 19 seconds left on the clock. Red will need to block all of the Blue Alliance climbs if they do not want to get if they do not want to be eliminated here and now. With 7 seconds left, Red Alliance will look to climb. We see Brennan reset himself. We'll see if he's able to get up to the bar in time. And with the clock striking 0, they do look like they all got up, but it was messy. It was not clean. And I believe the match will be looked at just quickly. We'll see if that goes under official review. It looks like the Red Alliance may be looking to go to the question box. We're not 100% sure on that. That's just rumors for now, but we'll see what happens with this match. I will say there is a member of the Red Alliance in the question box, so this match will go under review. Yeah, so while they're discussing this, remembering that, like, we saw some interesting stuff happen at the beginning of the match with some big glitches, and, you know, when autonomous is so critical, perhaps that is going to be, you know, something that comes into play. So we're just seeing what happened, seeing what went down before we make any official calls about what happened in that match. But, I mean, what I saw was Nick. I mean, look at the contributions here. The Blue Alliance, very even, but very low scoring all around. Like, 497 is a low scoring win. Nick with the 225 composing over half of his Alliance's points, whereas Brennan and Space Turtle were really heavy playing with that defense. All right, and it sounds like the match will stand. So it's going to be a 414 to 497 plus a climb for the Blue Alliance, actually. So the win becoming a little bit more solidified. The #1 Alliance curse in SRC does continue. Both all three events thus far having, plus 15 points rather for the Blue Alliance. Just gonna get some things sorted out there with them, but regardless, it will be the #1 Alliance falling, and we want to thank them for playing. Always great to have Brennan, Nick, and Space Turtle on the field this time around, but unfortunately, no dice were not able to succeed in their request for review, and will be eliminated in this round. That being said, there's still time for all the things to change, and we did see this is still the opportunity for, like, the first upset, or the first non-upset of any series thus far in SRC, in the SRC season. Presto FRC saying GG to both alliances. Good luck, Alliance 4 in semis. I hate to break it to you, but this is semis. We hadn't started the predictions. I'm very sorry, but we are going to get this match underway, and we are going to say that it is Alliance number 2 versus Alliance number 3. Moving on in this match, we'll see who has the advantage coming out of Autonomous. And so, early start for the Red Alliance. We'll see Blue, again, I'm seeing that like the later starts are turning into a better score overall, so it could just be with Alliance pathing, but 119 to 101 advantage is to the number 3 Alliance for the time being. We're seeing Casey right now climb blocking, getting respawned, doesn't get in anyone's way there, but is going to see a little bit of difficulty getting back moving, is back across the field now to wreak havoc on the Blue Alliance scores. We're seeing Andrew now making his way down the field here. Full hopper for the Roboteers will be uncontested in doing so, unless Jose does contact him. That would be contesting from your own alliance, but alas, here we go. 189 to 175, so slim lead right now for the Blue Alliance. The Red Alliance taking it back right as I say that, and then Blue going back again and responding. We're seeing 217 to 207. A tech foul comes in. Red Alliance gets tech. That's Casey yet again. 217 to 232. This happened to him last match. They still won it though, but they will have to come back now with more scoring. Javon making his way down the field. Looks like he might take a look at Andrew, who is scoring for the Red Alliance. Does not end up making any contact with him. 270 to 281. Make that 281 to 281. Jose was gonna go for the color wheel. Andrew says, no thanks, let me push you through. I'll do it. A tech foul now for Javon. So that's gonna help with the Red Alliance there, getting them a 25-point bonus. So that way they can hopefully, keep this one close. We love to see close matches here. Javon does go for a steal. Does actually get away with it there. That was a few power cells to his name. 378 to 370 with 42 seconds left on the clock. Andrew, a big cycle coming in for him on red. Casey went for the climb block, got respawned. Jake is now able to put up his cycle. So is C, and that's 2 cycles at once for the Blue Alliance. Bit of contact now between Jose and Andrew. They've had this issue before. As the 2 mutes, sometimes they can't call each other out, and that turns into a little bit of contact on the field. 23 seconds left, and it is still a very close match. 412 to 418 with the score climbing by the second. We're seeing Casey catches some power cells from the blue side of the field. Javon is still playing defense up until the last moment. 11 seconds left. Andrew, a big cycle coming in. Red can go for the color wheel. Will elect not to. Instead, they're going for the climbs. Will the Blue Alliance get the climbs? As they all go up, we'll see who takes the win. It's going to be a 2-0 unofficial ticket to the finals for the number 2 Alliance. And so that is still unofficial. 513 to 490. So we'll see what happened, see if there's anything that needs to be checked out. But right now, Casey can apparently afford to get teched once. Not twice, but once. And maybe he'll be A-okay. So we'll see how that one shakes out officially later on. Alright, so semifinals 2-2 will stand. That means the number 2 Alliance has booked their ticket into the finals. Our first Red Alliance in the finals thus far. So we're seeing that we are going to take a look at the match breakdown really quickly there. And we're going to see 513 versus 490. Again, 1 tech foul on both sides. See in the color wheel, my goodness we say. And look at the climbs. Blue Alliance just throwing them away. They had a chance to get that bring it back, as both alliances failed to get that perfect RP, but it happens. Sometimes it be like that for the Blue Alliance. And again, want to thank them for hanging out with us. We love having you, number 3 Alliance, and you made this competition better. So go hang out with the number 1 Alliance in in the end, or in the event lobby or whatever. But that does mean both of our alliances, our final alliances, have been selected. So we're going to open predictions this time for real. And we're going to say the winners of final 1-1. And again, we're going to have the number 4 Alliance in the red bumpers now because they beat the number 1 Alliance. And we're going to have the number 2 Alliance in blue bumpers. So again, the red is going to be Alliance number 4. Blue is Alliance number 2. And so a reminder of who's on these alliances. We've got alliance number 2, captained by C. Gorms, with players Andrew 2137 and Jose Bobelli versus Alliance number 4, captained by Cone, with players Dakota 346 and Bacon. And so get your predictions in now while you can, because this one's going to be a very interesting match indeed. Finals 1-1. We're going to see the different robot compositions. I think Tribot will likely be where both ones go, but we will see for sure once we get all lined up. So pick on who you want to cheer for, but also pick on who you think's going to win. Alright, so OJ, the OJ, I was supposed to call him OJ Bobelli. I was trying to say Jose is on the OG robot, but alas. Jose on the OG robot for his alliance. We got Casey on the Inertia. Would not be surprised at all to see Andrew join us on the Roboteers, whereas we got Cone, our captain, on Inertia, versus Dakota on Roboteers, and Bacon on the OG. So while we're just waiting for everyone to log into the field, again, if you got your predictions in, that's awesome. If you didn't, there will be one more at the very least, so don't worry too much about it. Bet your power cells. It's legal, so don't worry too much about anything, and it's all for good memes. Sounds like 74% of you thought that, one person thought that Blue Alliance would win. 3 people thought that Red would win, so we'll see what happens. Only 4 people voted. There's 27 of you watching. I know more, and 5 of you are moderators, but the other ones can vote. Voting is important. So again, just waiting for Andrew to log into the field. So again, this is Alliance number 2 of Casey, Jose, and Andrew versus Alliance number 4 of Cone, Dakota, and Bacon. We do have Andrew on the field, unsurprisingly, in the Roboteers. We will wait for all of these robots to get readied up, and then we will get the finals underway. And so, take a look at these robots while you can, because this match is about to get started. And we are going to see, welcome to the finals. We're going to see a race to the rendezvous zone. Looks like all the robots getting their expected amount of power cells. One rolls away dramatically, but it looks like early advantage goes to Red. We'll see if the Blue Alliance can take it back after Autonomous Period. It will be a 137 to 133 Autonomous. That's absolutely insane. High scoring coming in from both of these alliances as it gets intense. We're seeing Cone, Bacon, and Dakota all scoring for the Red Alliance. Casey, Jose, and Andrew just finishing up a cycle. Jose has more, though, to add. He's got a full cycle coming in on that OG robot. Cone trying to go in for the hits, does not get there in time. Will continue to chase Casey down the field. Casey now there, trying to get in the way of Dakota 346. Casey now going to get respawned despite trying to block those climbs. Was unsuccessful with his climber trying to block any of those hits. 239 to 239 as we are all tied up here with 1 minute and 35 seconds left to go. It does not get closer than that as Cone making his way across the field. We're seeing Andrew picking up as many power cells as he can on his way back across the field. Cone and Casey going toe for toe. Looks like Casey, high pin circle, likely will respawn. He lands on top of Dakota and will make his way across the field. Gets a little dragged around, but nothing too serious other than that. We're seeing 301 to 285, your current score. Red Alliance has the opportunity to spin the color wheel, as does Blue. We'll see. It looks like Andrew's doing that for the Blue Alliance right now. Looks like Dakota resetting himself to get out of that hit from Casey. Not totally sure if that was intentional, but it seemed to work well in his favor. With 332 to 249, or 349 rather, Blue Alliance has a little bit of a lead, but it is nothing to write home about, as the Red Alliance is still within their grasp. 349 to 373 now is Dakota. A cycle, a little bit slow to get that one lined up, but does go to the trench and fires them all off. Jose will respond for the Blue Alliance, as now Andrew making his way down the field here gets in contact with Jose, the two of them trying to work around one another. Red Alliance is now up. Blue Alliance will respond with a cycle of their own, 410 to 407 with 26 seconds left on the clock. If either one of these alliances can get that color wheel done, that will be an additional significant amount of points that they will carry with them into the endgame. 448 to 430. Right now is your score. Casey, Jose, and Andrew firing as many as they can. Blue has the opportunity to go for the color wheel. Cone makes it so for the red. Bacon does not go for the color wheel, instead focusing on his climbs. Neither alliance actually opting to do so. Looks like Andrew does get it actually in the end. With 1 second left, the climbs all go up. Who will climb at 568 to 523? Tentative winner is your number 4 alliance. We will see who wins this match in the end, but that was a match that came down to the wire, came down to the color wheel, came down to the climbs. You see, this match is under review officially. We will see people traveling to the question box soon. So looking at the round, we'll just take a look at these breakdowns. In 568 to 523, Bacon the match MVP, but Casey on the inertia scoring more than Cone. So just something to keep in mind. And so, I mean, some other things that we're looking at here, we're seeing the breakdown between the two OGs, we're seeing the breakdown between the Roboteers, and so it's 40 points really between Bacon and Andrew, only 30 between Cone and Casey, and the difference between Dakota and Jose as well, something to keep in mind. So the final score will stand here, 568 to 523, which means the number 4 alliance will go up by 1 in the finals. Looks like they will have the advantage there, 90 endgame points, really helping them out as well. So Cone, Dakota, and Bacon, not the event winners just yet, but they are still, you know, they're up by 1. I don't know if you guys actually saw that screen. That could have been a me thing. But we're going to take a look at this breakdown. Know my channel points, people are saying. Yeah, let's hand out some channel points. And so before we get this match underway, let me just put up some predictions for you. We'll see. Winner of Finals 2-1, or 1-2, I guess. I guess there's only one Finals. It's just Finals 2. There's no Finals 1-2. It's just Finals 2. We'll start that submission so you guys can all get that one started. Get your votes in. We got some people putting in their points. For blue, no one yet to think about red. Now we got some points in for red. 672 to 100. 150, 180. Can I get 190? Can I get 200? 200. I got 200. We got two. I was trying to do it like an auctioneer, but really you guys are just going too fast for me. Can I get 350? Oh, we got 3,000. Okay, sure, I guess. Blue Alliance, 672 to the Red Alliance, 3K predictions. We'll see what else happens. 4,000 for red now. Blue Alliance, apparently the underdogs of the 712. Last second, get your climbs in, or your climbs in. Last second to get your points in. And that means with the predictions closed, our match is about to be open for playing. Let's get this match started, shall we? Remember, Red Alliance took this first one. Blue Alliance needs this one to stay alive. Match getting underway in 3, 2, 1. And with robots on the move, we will see Dakota going early to pick up his power cells. He misses a few of them, but will fire those off on the Roboteers. Andrew will do the same. We see Casey trying to come in, play some auto D, but does not get there in the way. 115 to 116, so 1 point separating them out of autonomous mode, now in favor of the Red Alliance as a Power Cell goes in a little bit late. Cone playing some climber blocking right now, trying to get in the way of Cone, or trying to get in the way of Jose and Andrew. Andrew is able to get his cycle off. Casey's gonna do the same thing, different color, and gets teched. So again, we've seen that Casey can legally get teched one time and still manage to win. We'll see if they are able to come back from that deficit, though. 198 to 180, the current score. Dakota's going to look for some further shots and gets hit by Bacon. A big hit right there will throw Dakota off of his momentum here. 236 to 209. As the Red Alliance still holds onto a lead despite that critical mistake from Bacon, hitting his own alliance partner. 236 to 236, all tied up, as Casey is now here to get in everyone's way. Hits here and hits what he does best. He will respawn himself across the field, giving Dakota the opportunity to finally get that cycle off, a little bit slow, but does do so. 290 to 278, as it looks like Red Alliance does have the opportunity to do the color wheel. So does Blue. Blue will do that. Looks like Jose is the one doing it for Blue. Cone trying to get in Andrew's way, but Andrew is too far back in the trench to make it work. Casey has a full hopper and was looking to play some defense, has elected not to, and it looks like Red Alliance has elected to ignore the color wheel for the time being. Dakota will now go on to do that for their alliance to get the extra 10 points. Looks like not be so worried about getting that extra, 20 points at the end instead of focusing on the climbs. 356, 367, as originally down, will now be in contention yet again. Casey will get respawned once more. 389 to 373, as the Red Alliance is still ahead for now, but not much time to go. 30 seconds left on the clock, and Dakota will line up another full cycle as that Roboteers. Casey going in for some more hits, will be late, does still catch Jose, and does get teched yet again, so that's 50 points and fouls in total from Casey's defense. Has he earned more than that? Who's to say? 14 seconds left on the clock. We'll see if he can get a steal off. Blue Alliance can go for the color wheel. The Red Alliance can as well. With 7 seconds left, Red may ignore it. We see Casey and Cone holding each other up. Will either one of them get the climb? With 2 seconds left, everyone goes up, and unofficially, this looks like it's been a 2-0 sweep. And so, looking at the final score, this would be the tech fouls in changing this match. So we'll see if the score stands, if anything else happens, before we get underway. And finals 2 will stand. That means that our number 4 alliance will be the victors of the event there. That was, again, Cone, your captain, picking Dakota 346 and Bacon. They take the win at the very last moment, really. They were up for the beginning of the match. Blue came back. They gave it a good fight, but Red Alliance was hanging on, takes that match in a 2-0 sweep.
Absolutely great finals there. Can we get an owa for the number 4 alliance? Cone, Dakota, and Bacon putting up a wonderful performance today. And definitely don't sleep on that number 2 alliance. Seagorms gets Casey, Andrew, and Jose. Having 2 people mute is going to be very difficult for communications, and they did a very good job of
that is a very good point.
Actually doing that.
Yeah, we saw that when we were looking at the picks, and it looked like it was going to be a challenge, but they definitely gave it their all. And valiant effort by that number 2 seed, but the number 4 was just too strong. 3 very competitive robots, Cone, Dakota, and Bacon, and they all performed well when they needed to take home this win. So congratulations to the winners of the Joule Regional. And so, if you were with us today, you may have seen that we had some fantastic new, we had some new subs, we had some new followers, so I want to give a big thank you to them. I'll get the list of them in just a moment before I can figure out how to do that.
Yeah, I'll go over them real quick. Big shout out to everyone who cheered with bits today. Jeff with 100 bits. Tegan herself cheering 12 bits.
I know, right? Full bits.
Dakota coming in clutch with that tier 1 sub he gifted.
Louis 5468 subscribing with Prime. Always some good stuff as well. Narwhal Ricardo followed today as well. And we had a bunch of people using
Poofy Jacket. Yeah.
Poofy Jacket, thank you for following everyone who was basically hanging out with us today. We want to say that we appreciate you. You guys are awesome. You guys are a lot of fun. And what we're going to do is we're going to be back next week. We've got the Ulm Regional, our final of the 4, before we choose our, we choose our district championship attendees. Obviously based on points. We don't just like randomly pick them out of a hat. That would be ridiculous. And Seagorms for the 100 bits. What a graciously professional finalist. Good stuff, everyone. And I mean, it's been a ton of fun. We've loved having you on today. And if you like what you see, come back. The Ulm Regional will be live next week on, I believe, this channel, Championship. And it's going to be starting at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. So that's 3 p.m. Eastern Time, noon Pacific. We're going to be here for the Ulm Regional. Currently got 20 players signed up, but if you haven't signed up yet and you want to do a one-off event, you are more than welcome to. You can come and hang out with us that day, play with us, and get yourselves in the ring for an exciting afternoon of gameplay.
The more the merrier. If it's be your first event, there's no worries about that. We have so many veterans willing to help you out during the event and before the event, getting you guys ready to have some fun.
Exactly. And so we're gonna complete the prediction here, giving out those power cells to those who have rightfully earned some. And we had some people claim their power cells to guide the raid, so I'm just gonna see if any of those channels that we have indicated are still live on Twitch before we make our selection. And so what we're gonna do is we are going to raid twitch.tv/deepvoiceguy, who is apparently streaming Minecraft. That's at the suggestion of Dakota, or Super MC Matrix. Do I know how to guide a raid? No. Am I gonna rely on Colin to do it for me? Yes. Hopefully he knows how to do that. But in the meantime, if you're hanging out with us, keep being awesome. We had a lot of fun with you today, and just want to say you guys are great.
Yeah, absolutely. I believe Nick, the owner of the account, has to go in and do it from our stream dashboard. We can't do that as a moderator,
Nick,
unfortunately.
we need you, Nick.
But, he's talked in chat a few times to say stuff, so maybe he's still here. But yeah.
Yeah. So in the meantime, you can just look at this beautiful screen on your screen.
Nice confetti.
Yeah, it's some cool confetti, and the stars in the background just, well, I guess they're triangles, but they look like, little constellations going on. We are gonna get rating DVG out.
Yo.
And we got the 100 bits from Jay Latondra 155. Awesome stuff. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack.
And,
we
all
definitely
your
earned it.
donations, all your subs, all your cheers, all of them help make Second Robotics Competition a better experience for the players. It helps us, get cool stuff that makes things look cool. And we are going to be raiding Deep Voice Guy. You can raid and get power cells if you join the raid, so I see no reason why not to join the raid. We'll see you guys on the other side. See you next week at 3 p.m. Eastern Time.